how people gonna remember you?
I kept telling myself that freedom is a state of mind.
Where am I?
Afropop, the Ultimate Cultural Exchange, Season 16, invites you to explore justice, hope, and redemption through a collection of Afro-futuristic narratives and reflective documentary films.
This call is from a federal prison.
A mother's fight to rebuild community unjustly stripped away.
I am home, but I am not free. I am not free because my sisters are not free.
Commuted, directed by Nayula Jefferson and produced in collaboration with Danielle Metz. An imaginative girl's journey to becoming a superhero. Supamoto, directed by Lakarian Wainaina. A motley crew stuck in the afterlife.
No one stays here forever.
But how do we leave if we don't know what brought us here in the first place?
Kati Kati, directed by Mbiti Masia.
The first flood, 100 and some people came up out of this cemetery. Daddy came up.
And the impact of flooding on a historic Black community. Freedom Hill, directed by Rosita Cox. This season of Afropop captures resilience and hope to illustrate the global Black experience. Afropop, the Ultimate Cultural Exchange.
Black Public Media's mission is to support the development of visionary content creators and distribute stories about the global Black experience. Here's how we do it. We're working towards a more equitable and inclusive future. Join us.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Leslie Fields Cruz, the Executive Director here at Black Public Media. My pronouns are she, her. I am a dark-skinned Black woman with a short afro that's a little graying, and I'm wearing a wine-colored shirt, blue jeans, cream-colored blazer, and some because it's public media in the house, shoes. Before we get started, I just want to acknowledge that we are standing on the sacred lands of the Lenape Native American people, and we spotlight their new voices. We want to carry forward their spirit of resilience and stewardship as we gather here today. For those of you who are new to Pitch Black, and for those of you who are back again, you all know this isn't just an event. It's a celebration of creativity, resilience, and the power of storytelling. It is Black Public Media's flagship occasion, and we spotlight new voices that are capturing stories from a multitude of perspectives. And it's funny, because we told the fellows, you know, not to use your iPhones, and here I am using my iPhone. But I'll have to say, this particular slate, in this session, you'll have your documentary pitches. And you'll find that all of the pitches, all of these projects, are climate stories. And this is because BPM launched an initiative a few years ago to amplify and spotlight stories that impact stories of climate change that impact Black communities and Black people. But we all know that behind every artistic project is a journey of passion, perseverance, and collaboration. It begins with our courageous storytellers who dare to dream, right? They embark on a journey to bring their visions to life. They reach out to their family and friends. They reach out to the funders. They reach out to the distributors, the educators, the curators, the artists, other artists, and fans, all who are gathered here today. So I want us to embrace the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and solidarity. I want us to honor our storytellers who dare to defy boundaries and challenge perceptions. And of course, I have to recognize those that make PitchBLACK Forum happen. My incredible staff, the BPM team, they're here. They're incredible, they're amazing. Okay. Our sponsors, Netflix, PBS, and our PitchBLACK friends. I want to do a special shout out to the Redford Center who helped to guide us on our journey with our Climate Story Initiative, and to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Now, let's get it started. Let's get it started. It's my pleasure to introduce to you our PitchBLACK moderator coming again for a second year, Tamika Key. Tamika is an advertising futurist focused on the many ways that technology is, I gotta get it together, Leslie. Focused on the many ways that technology is transforming the business of advertising. She currently serves as the Deputy Managing Director for the Coalition for Innovation Media Measurement, CIM, a division of the Advertising Research Foundation that highlights innovation in measurement, metrics, and data across the advertising ecosystem. It is my pleasure, once again, to welcome today's host, the amazing Tamika Key.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I am Tamika Key. My pronouns are she and her. I am a dark-skinned Black woman with blonde hair, pink lips, and a tunic. I don't know. Multicolored tunic and some suede boots. Yes. All the acronyms that Leslie mentioned essentially mean that I am an advertising nerd, and I spend my time thinking and researching how advertising impacts us. And so it is a wonderful pleasure to be able to come to this event, which is not about advertising. It's about celebrating and supporting storytelling that moves people, storytelling that is extremely impactful. I had the opportunity to spend some time with these creators and filmmakers during the boot camp, which is training that BPM provides for them over the course of a weekend in February. And I got to see in one weekend the evolution of their pitches, how the stories they told about their stories evolved from kind of being furtive and uncomfortable to confident. And so what I hope our judges will see today is how those pitches have evolved, and how, you guys have, you ladies and gentlemen, have your work cut out for you, because these storytellers are amazing. I will introduce you to our judges. Our first judge is Chloe Bai, an Emmy-nominated producer and filmmaker who works on the original documentary films team at Netflix. Chloe was also behind the launch of POV Shorts, which in its first season earned a documentary short Oscar nomination, 2 Emmy nominations, and an IDA Awards nomination for Best Short Film Series. Chris Hastings is the editor-in-chief for World at GBH. He's the co-creator of the award-winning documentary series America Reframed, Local USA, and Doc World, and the co-executive producer of BPM's very own Afropop, the ultimate cultural exchange. And last but not least is Sabrina Schmidt-Gordon. Sabrina Schmidt-Gordon is an award-winning documentary filmmaker with a roster that includes films such as Quest to the End and Hip Hop Beyond Beats and Rhymes. Sabrina is the chair of the Black Documentary Collective and a founding member of Beyond Inclusion, the group working to advance equity in the documentary film industry. Thank you for being here and helping us to determine who will receive the funding of up to $150,000. Let's give them a round of applause. Today we're gonna have presentations from 5 pitching teams. But before we get started, I got some rules, a little bit of decorum. Each team will have 8 minutes to pitch. We've got some timekeepers over here who will keep them honest, followed by 8 minutes of questions and feedback from our judges. And then we'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience, in person and virtual, that's including you people on YouTube. Audience members are encouraged to contribute positive feedback that leads to support opportunities and or partnerships for each producing team. Commentary on how each of these projects intersect with the work of what you're doing is encouraged, and brief questions, advice, insights, or expert commentary. Also, if you want to partner with them and give them some money, that is definitely welcomed. That's ultimately because Pitch Black is about creating an ecosystem of support for all of these artists. And if you would like to follow up with any of them, please speak to them directly or enlist help from any of the BPM staff. Staff, if you're here, you want to raise your hands. If there's anybody you want to get in contact with, reach out to the BPM team. And that's it. Actually, there's a little bit more, sorry. So there is a microphone at the front of the forum over here and over here. If you would like to pose a question or feedback during that section, please stand at the microphone to indicate your desire to speak, and then I will acknowledge you, and then you can ask your question. If you arrive late, which you guys wouldn't know, you're here. But if people who arrive late, they're gonna be asked to wait until the next person finishes pitching before they'll be let in the room. And then out of consideration for all of our producing teams, we ask that you remain as quiet as possible during the pitch. After the pitch, you wanna applaud, you wanna scream and say, it's amazing, please do that, but during the pitch, please be quiet. And then for those of you watching on YouTube, please put your questions in the chat. We have a moderator here who's gonna help make sure that your questions get shared with the audience as well. And so I think those are all the terms and conditions. So if you're ready, let's pitch black. Our first pitch of the day is a story about the boogie down Bronx. Everett Hamlet returns home from college to find that his favorite neighborhood park is being torn up and rebuilt. Asking why, he uncovers a troubling history of environmental neglect and reluctantly sets out on a journey for restoration and protection of our green spaces. This is 75 Park.
Broken glass everywhere. People on the stage, they just don't care. I can't take the smell, can't take the noise. Got no money to move out, I guess I got no choice. Rats in the front room, roaches in the back, junkies in the alley with the baseball bat. I tried to get away, but I couldn't get far, cause a man with a touch repossessed my car. Don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under.
Man, good morning, everybody. You know how we do. We have to bring a little bit of the Bronx here to Manhattan. Quick show of hands. How many of you have heard that song before? Okay, everybody. Fun fact. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five dropped that track in 1982. And it took the Bronx by storm. But what puzzles me is that some of the issues that we faced when that song first came out, we are still facing to this day. Take a look.
Growing up in the Bronx, I think of community. We would hang out at the park, Lion Square Playground. We called it 75 Park. It was a hub. It was where the community met up. When I graduated from college, I chose to come home, to living with my parents.
I'm going to the park.
Coming home, I went outside and I'm walking around my neighborhood. I realized, whoa, why is this park caged up?
The de Blasio administration funded over $285 million to deal with 35 parks that needed some attention.
This is a good thing. I'm doing this documentary to figure out the history of the park and the future of this park.
I'm looking forward to it, but then again, I'm not, because, you know, with every construction, there's always destruction.
Half the time that this park existed, I've been in it. The area has definitely changed. The highway up top wasn't there. The bottom one was. They had just finished doing that.
The highway system created paths from the suburbs outside of the city into Manhattan. All of that has an effect on health and air pollution.
I sound a little funny because I had a surgery. It's a procedure where they correct the deviation of a septum. Gas and car, fuel, all these things. This is why I got a deviated septum. This is why most of my friends have asthma. This is why I was short of breath.
I can see Lion Square Playground falling into disrepair as directly related to the construction of the Bruckner Expressway.
It was still very much a thriving working class or middle class community until the highways were actually built.
The Bronx back in the 70s was like the Wild Wild West. You had a lot of killings here.
You know, white flight started to happen. Communities with even just the presence of a Black or Latino community, it was considered blight.
Redlining is really the formalization of racist ideas around real estate because white people don't want people of color living in their neighborhoods. Our neighborhoods are exploited, right? So we start to see extraction of wealth. Unfortunately, there's a lot of interest at stake that doesn't want to see it dismantled. We're seeing gentrification happen all around us. Guess what? Redlining is a prerequisite for gentrification because you can't do that buy low, sell high unless your neighborhood's already been redlined.
Today we're bringing you what you all asked for, an all-new Lion Square playground.
I'm really happy that the park is reconstructed. However, I'm very leery and suspicious of the reasoning. I feel like our area is changing, people being pushed out of their homes because rich white people are coming into the neighborhood. I feel like they're doing that for them.
My father, who inherited the 4-family home, was struggling with keeping the house. In the fall of 2021, that's kind of when everything just fell apart. We lost my childhood home. That's probably the hardest part of my life so far. That park was my world. It sucks to say, they didn't make these changes for me. Because if they made these changes for me, I would still be there.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Everett Hamlet, and I'm the director of 75 Park.
And I'm Craig T. Williams. I'm the producer of 75 Park, Harlem born and Bronx raised.
In 1984, my grandfather bought the house that I grew up in. And for those of you who are still thinking about Craig and I's dance moves, that was just 2 years after Grandmaster Flash dropped his song. 75 Park is a first-person documentary that dives deep into the environmental injustice of my neighborhood and neighborhoods like mine. What you just saw on that screen was probably the hardest thing I ever had to go through in my life. There was a ton of hard pills that I had to swallow. And those uncomfortable truths shook me to my very core. A lot of which the documentary uncovers changed me, changed my environment, changed my community. And I have not been the same ever since.
I met Everett more than 6 years ago, and I've watched this story grow and expand and become not just about Everett's park, but about his family, his neighborhood, his community. We're deep in the production process. Just one more interview to go with legendary hip hop pioneer Grandmaster Flash, who used to plug into the lampposts at 75 Park and play. looking ahead, we have very clear steps to our next move. We're asking for $150,000, and that money will go towards another pass from our fantastic editor, and it'll help to pay for the archival footage, some of which you saw in our trailer, and for the music, including an original song from Grandmaster Flash, all to get ready for our release and be able to distribute by the end of 2024. I'm excited about this moment. Screening 75 Park in 75 Park in the summer of 2025. I'm also looking forward to this moment. We're at a screening in Philadelphia or Oakland, and the lights come up and Everett's there, he's ready for the Q&A, and an enthusiastic hand shoots up in the air, and it's a mom of young children, and she says to Everett, "That's happening here in my city. That's my neighborhood, that's my street, that's my park." The opportunity that we'll have with this film to connect like-minded folks who share information and resources is thrilling for us. But we can't do this alone. With your support, we can make these moments happen.
But other moments are happening right now. All across New York City, all across America. We've all seen it. Parks and neighborhoods are being transformed without the input of the families who grew up there. For those very same families to be pushed out. 75 Park is a story that needs to be told right now. Because I don't want what happened to my family, my neighborhood, my community, my park to continue to happen. So thank you. Thank you, audience. Thank you, everyone watching on YouTube. Thank you, judges, for hearing us out today and aiding us in not losing our heads.
Nice job, Everett and Craig.
Thank you.
Nice job, Everett and Craig. We'll take a second to hear from our judges. YouTube, please put your comments in the chat so we can get some of those questions in here. Judges, we'll start with Chris.
Cool. First of all, thank you for the pitch. Thank you for the energy. And thank you for making this accessible. Like, the connection to the music is making it accessible. Like, we think about accessibility in certain ways, but what you did is, for a generation, you made us feel something with the pitch and the music. You answered two of my questions in your pitch. The distribution strategy, you're not thinking just broadcasts or streaming. You're thinking about bringing the film to the community, which I think is important. I'm from Philly, and I could tell you, like, there's a ton of parks in Philly where if you take this film there, they'll see the connection and they'll feel the music. And so I'm super impressed by what you're planning, which seems like it could go really big around a lot of communities right now when we're talking about gentrification. Things that I'm gonna have questions about is, like, there's a lot of journalism in here. There's a lot of things you're gonna have to fact check. Just because there's a history that's written publicly, but there's a lot of history in there that you just don't know. And so I would think and I hope you do get all the money that you're gonna get from whoever sources, because I think it is a story that needs to be told. But as you're thinking about finishing the film, also think about the journalism and making sure that everything that you're sharing holds up in the cut. And I'm glad to hear that you're gonna buy the music.
Yes.
Because the music is what I think will sell it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was I supposed to tag him in? You're it.
Close it. I'll go. Hi. I want to ditto Chris. It's just so hard to go first, especially early in the morning, and y'all brought such great energy. That's the first time I've ever seen that in a pitch, and I've seen a lot of pitches. So that was really great. Thank you. You know, I think it's interesting. It's the sizzle, especially. You're tackling so many broad themes that, you know, we all know are connected through institutional racism. But you have environmental injustice, environmental racism. You have redlining. You have gentrification, and I think I'm still a little unclear about kind of how narratively you're weaving them all together, because it's also the personal journey, right? Like, it's also the first person storytelling, and that's a lot of different big issues to tackle and also build up yourself as a character and your family as a character and your community and your neighborhood as characters for people to fall in love with. So I think this is maybe just like a general pitch note, but it would be good to hear more about how you're going to weave it all together and like make the film. Like we understand the issues and the topics, but like what is the film? What are we going to see on screen? How is it going to kind of be weaved through in a narrative sense? I think that's kind of what I was missing. And I agree that it's really important to connect with other cities. To me, this does feel like it could run the risk of feeling hyper local and hyper personal. And so, yeah, just thinking about how you'll nail that point for viewers of like, this is a microcosm of a much larger issue that's happening in many chocolate cities across the nation, and really driving that home, I think, will be really, really important. What stage are you all at? You're in post-production, I assume?
We are wrapping up post-production. We hope to get an interview with Grandmaster Flash. We're currently scoring the film with the Berklee School of Music. And once we add in that last interview, we'll be able to picture lock and bring everything together and then start editing the music of the film and getting rights to some of the music in it as well. But I would like to just clarify your question of how we weave that story in. I have to thank my parents. They really raised me in an environment in which a lot of the negativity around me didn't see through the cracks of our household, and a lot of which that we shared in this sizzle reel unfolded in real time in my life. What started my journey to your fact check question, I started reading The Power Broker, and that just opened my mind in so many ways that I couldn't even imagine, and I started speaking to people about these issues, and little by little I started to understand how everything that was around me was done by design and not by coincidence. So through those interactions with those people that I document, you start to learn everything through my own lens. And that's kind of how we weave that story in. And it wasn't a coincidence. It was a coincidence, but it wasn't. I feel like I don't like going to the doctor because when you go there, they always tell you you're sick. Yeah. That's how my surgery happened. I didn't know I was sick. I felt fine, but it was through the knowledge that I obtained. I was like, wait, there is something wrong with me. I shouldn't be able to only breathe through one nostril. What's going on here? And that's how we kind of weave that story in all together, to answer your question.
And also, if I can add, in terms of not making it just a local story, Everett did visit Oakland, and he visited Oakland. He met with Walter Hood, who was a MacArthur winner and one of the top designers of parks and open spaces and black spaces in the world, literally. And he is designing spaces all over the world that incorporate these massive highways with parks and green spaces. Because his idea is like, we can't get rid of this thing. Let's find a way to incorporate it into it, because we need our highways. We've just gotten used to it, but we can find a way to incorporate it and make green spaces and build these spaces where we can use them. And then hopefully our long-term vision is, hey, maybe we don't need that highway. So we do. He visited St. Louis, some of which didn't make it in, but Walter Hood is. So we did think, like, nationally, how does this affect our story?
I love that. Sabrina, I'm going to leave your time, I promise. But I was just looking through some of your funding lists. Also, y'all, if I'm on my laptop, I'm just looking at materials. I swear I'm not scrolling. But I was looking through your funding list, and I wanted to suggest, I don't know if we have anybody from Redford Center in the room. Oh, great. Hi. So, yeah, definitely check out Redford Center, because are y'all still doing that environmental access for all funding? So that's a connection for sure. And then also maybe think about more commercial funding. Like I know for a long time, oh my God, Patagonia was doing some like funding for Patagonia Films through their studios, was doing funding for basically Black people outside, right? And like thinking about environmental, and they were doing things, it wasn't necessarily like people climbing mountains, it was like people going into parks and open spaces and green spaces. So that's another thing.
And well, what's exciting about the stage that we're in is like we have, our gap to finish is $160,000. So the 150 will cover most of that. So we will be passing out the hat for that extra 10K for anybody who has any ideas, but we're so close in this. So we're excited about the stage we're at in terms just financially. So thank you for the recommendations.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
So, and in keeping with, since you brought up the Redford Center, and hi, Redford Center. I made a film called To the End, which is about the Green New Deal through the lens of 4 women of color who were like on the front lines of that fight. And Redford Center was one of our funders, and they were really, really great partners. I mean, it was more than just about the grant, but it was like they were really supportive. And I'm saying this to you and to all the other projects. I'm happy to share resources around like the work we did in terms of fundraising and impact and things like that. So I just want to be sure to mention that. One of the things that I love about about this film, obviously, is like the personal connection to it, and I think this is going to be true for probably all of the films in this program. Is that there's a way in which folks of color, particularly Black communities, are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis, but yet somehow climate stories don't seem to center Black voices and Black stories. So this initiative is actually, is doing a lot to disrupt that. And so what I like about your film too is that you connect all these dots. You connect redlining to pollution and the pollution and environmental racism, and then that pollution impacts climate, so you're sort of hit like coming and going in a certain kind of way. And you connect all those dots in a way that's very personal, very compelling. I mean, there's your surgery, there's the park renovation, there's all of those, elements. The one thing I want to say is that I'm a little bit unclear, it might be kind of connected, similar to what Chloe's saying, about I feel like the thesis of your film, the sort of like, sort of like the essential question or thesis that that's driving your journey. Like, I'm not entirely clear about what it is. From looking at the sample, I get your personal story and you connecting certain dots, like information, but like your journey, and I don't know if I can bring this up, but like I saw some, I've read your other materials, and I was under the impression that you had sort of like a journey around like when you mentioned Walter Hood and reimagining green spaces, and I didn't get that obviously in the sample, so I was just a little unclear about if that's still there and what that's going to look like, and I think it should be, because it seems essential to the driving force of the film.
Yeah, I would love to clear that up for you. And right before the pitch started, someone in the audience came up to me and was like, what was the most impactful moment for this film journey for you? I was like, Pitch Black or the film? He was like, everything. And I was like, okay, it's twofold. The first is kind of what you talked about in the beginning. Reading The Power Broker definitely impacted my life. And my original thesis was why my park, because the City Parks Initiative with the New York City Parks Department originally selected 35 parks all within New York City to be reconstructed. Out of those 35 parks, 2 of those was within a 1-block radius of my house. As they received further funding, that number grew to 67. Now, all of these parks have one thing in common. They didn't receive any funding in the last 20 years. That, as a journalism major in college, struck a chord with me like no other. And I was like, wait, what's going on here? So that's why that was my original thesis. My park is a symbol for other parks throughout, not only New York City, but the country. Now, the second pillar was something that which is where your question derived from, the solutions. I believe there's always balance in the world. Whenever something really bad happens, something equally really good happens. But the bad is so easily accessible. Finding the good is so hard. So when I met Walter Hood, that was one of the many good things that came from this tragedy. There are people out there that are doing the work, trying to undo this wrong. And that's why I'm so happy for this documentary, because I'm shedding light on them. We have Walter Hood in Oakland. We have Black Spaces in Brooklyn. We have Majora Carter in the Bronx. All of these people are environmentalists in their own right, trying to undo all of these negative things that happen to my community and communities like mine throughout the country.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Everett and Craig. Do we have any questions from Do we have any questions from the audience? Anybody want to ask Everett and Craig a little bit about their pitch, a little bit about the work? Any questions from YouTube? Okay, guys, I have questions then, if we got none from the audience. So along the lines of what our judges asked, you mentioned possibly distributing this in parks and sort of screening this in parks. What's your strategy for that? Is there gonna be pop-up screens? Are there gonna be projectors? What does that actually look like moving forward?
I'll start.
Yes.
So in the early, I love parks, and then when I was growing up, there's something called Summer Stage. So for those of you who are in New York City, it's free concerts that go over. I was able to meet Fat Joe twice because of Summer Stage. And what they do is they combine the musical aspect with the creative aspect. In our early stages, we were able to sit in a room with them and talk about the possibility of screening either a snippet of the documentary, a trailer, etc., through this. So they're going to provide the projectors, they're going to provide the screens, and they'll be able to execute it. But on a more grassroots level, since then, we have successfully did 2 screenings outdoor in New York City, and we would have to rent the projectors and stuff ourselves. There's companies that do that. But there's a need for it, and I can tell you that our parks in New York City, there's stuff always happening. And there are a ton of groups in which that are using our parks in these ways, whether it's dance competitions, screenings, etc. So through our connections, we'll be able to execute that flawlessly.
Do you think there's a specific, is there a specific like BPM or PBS property, IP, that you think this would work with? I don't know what the word is, because I'm like, is there a specific show or theme that you think this works with for BPM?
POV, and that's because I'm gonna say it, but I'm the unique part of this story. It's told from my family. It's told from it's my POV. So I think that would be best suited for this documentary.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't say it any better. I mean, I love that. First of all, I love this relationship. He's just, he's such a good kid. I cut out all the grays, but he is a good kid to me. But yes, POV. I mean, we feel like there's so many places on PBS this could fit, but when we thought about it, we started to drill down because of the point of view of Everett and his really personal journey through this, his discovery of his neighborhood, his discovery of all these things that were happening. I mean, I have a 19-year-old who didn't want to get out of bed because it was too early for him to come this morning. And so to have someone who gets up early and really makes the effort to find out what's happening right next door to him, right in front of him, was really inspiring. So yeah, we'd love to be anywhere on PBS, but if we had to choose, definitely POV would be it.
Last call. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, if not, thank you so much, Everett and Craig.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next project is presented by Daryl B. Jones and Kristen Lesko. Black and Latinx residents in California's Central Valley unite against a worsening environmental crisis and systemic racism. Allensworth, once an all-Black settlement, becomes a battleground for justice as residents attempt to save their homes and family legacies. This is Allensworth, the town that refuses to die.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Daryl Jones, co-director of Allensworth, the town that refuses to die.
And I'm Kristen Lesko, creative producer. The unincorporated town of Allensworth sits in the heart of California's Central Valley, one of the most productive agricultural regions in the United States. Yet there is a significant disparity of power between this small town and big agriculture. Allensworth sits on the front lines of environmental injustice and the climate crisis, facing burdens caused by industrial agriculture and worsening cycles of flooding and drought.
Allensworth is also a historical community. In 1908, the first Black chaplain in the Union Army enjoined Black families to join him in the desert and cause it to blossom as a rose, making Allensworth the first town in California founded and governed by African Americans. To me, Allensworth reminds me of summers spent with my grandparents in Clarksdale, Mississippi, shucking corn and shelling peas. For me, I've learned that their harvest, their garden, is an act of resistance, self-sustainability, and survival. And it is the same for today's Allensworth residents. So now let's introduce you to this town.
Allensworth, it's a little piece of heaven. You know, look at him. We were the second Mexican family here in Allensworth.
Cuando yo llegué acá, pensaba yo cuando yo llegara a mi edad ya grande, volver a estar como me crié en mi tierra con animales en el campo.
This time of year, when it starts warming back up, you gotta get out and fix sprinklers and stuff like that. Yeah, that's one of the beauty of living out here. You hear the birds.
I was raised here since in diapers. My grandparents, when they came from Mexico, it was cops, immigration back then, a lot of immigration. So out here was a place for security, like they felt safe out here.
When my mother moved to Allensworth, it was still quite a few blacks that lived here. This was once a thriving, all-black community.
Welcome, everyone, to Allensworth.
This is a historical landmark. Allensworth had its own school district, it had its own judicial district, and it had its own voting district.
The reason Allensworth was thriving because the railroad. The train stopped here in Allensworth. That was changed and the railroad was diverted to Alpine, which was an all-white town.
The more I've learned about it, the more I can see how racism affected what happened to the town. A couple of photos I took of the White River. I used to come to Allensworth, and that was one of the main ways we were able to farm. So this rich farmer, diverted the water from Allensworth and caused Allensworth to dry up.
If you read into the history, you can see how it was systematically in decline. And it was something that was done intentionally.
Good evening. We scheduled this meeting tonight because rain is coming. We're on a warning for an evacuation.
The Larry County Sheriff Mike Boudreau has issued evacuation orders for the towns of Alpa and Allensworth.
When the storm came, to save other communities, that water was diverted into Allensworth.
To me, it looks like it's almost intentional. Get out, leave your homes, that the people that live here cannot recover. So the town that refuses to die will be taking its last breath.
If we left, they would have stopped that water from coming in here. And you, at some point, get fed up with history repeating itself.
Seven years ago, I moved with my husband and two small children to my husband's hometown of Visalia, which is about 45 minutes north of Allensworth. When I arrived, I was overwhelmed by the environmental threats that affect everyone in this region. Extended periods of drought followed by intense rainfall, as you just witnessed, but also extreme heat, polluted water, and the worst air quality in the United States. Living and raising my two daughters in the Central Valley has inspired my desire to advocate for environmental justice through storytelling. And in Allensworth, I see optimism and hope in the face of a climate crisis that feels dire.
Our core creative team also includes Tim Tai, co-director of the film, who also lives in Visalia, as Kristen does. Over the past 2 years, we've made numerous trips to Allensworth, filming, getting to know the community, and most importantly, building trust.
Earlier this year, we were honored to be invited here to Pitch Black, as well as to receive the Firelight Media William Greaves Research and Development Grant. To date, we've raised 15% of our $550,000 budget. Today, we are asking for $150,000 to continue documenting urgent and real-time resiliency efforts that are happening in Allensworth right now, and to work with our editor on our rough cut. Our 8-month edit would begin early next year with a fine cut by the fall, allowing for a festival run and potential broadcast date in 2026. With your support, we are confident that we can get this film done.
Racial and climate justice intersect as the forces that sought to destroy the original town continue to chip away at present-day Allensworth. But they are ready for the fight. Our film will continue to follow residents as they drill a much-anticipated well, start a regenerative farm training program, and build a resiliency center. We will document how this intergenerational, multiracial community fights for justice and transforms their town for a new era. For over 115 years, despite everything stacked against it, Allensworth remains the town that refuses to die. We thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Daryl and Kristen. Now over to our judges. We'll start with Sabrina.
Okay. Hi, Kristen. Nice to see you. We go way back. So again, this film again is another example of how the climate crisis is a racial justice issue. And what I like about it, too, is that, again, it's another entry point into these stories because it's centering a rural community and also a community of color, so we don't tend to see that often. So I think there's something very unique about that, and again, opens up like our understanding of what the climate crisis looks like and who is impacted by it. The one thing that two things that I might suggest is that I felt like I wanted a little bit more. I've seen other iterations, from the reviewing of the materials of the founding and the history of the town, because I think there's something so unique and powerful about it, and I think that by understanding that having that a little bit clearer really helps us understand what is at stake, like about what is lost, if this community continues to, sort of have to struggle and have like this uphill, sort of battle. The other piece that I thought would be useful is that there's also there's a wealth of skill and resilience and resourcefulness that I remember in one of the iterations that I saw, where you have someone literally, because the water is not being diverted properly and it's like constantly flooding the town, they're actually trying to divert it themselves, which is outrageous. And it's like, why is the city, state, local government not engaged in that? And there's that exchange where I guess they call the fire department or something like that, and they're like, well, we can't do anything. So I think that there was something about that really made clear the discrimination, as well as like the absurdity of this kind of like partly man-made, in large measure, a man-made crisis for the community. So I feel like you might want to try to find a way to like work that in. So and again, it does the extra work of like, folks are like really brilliant and they're figuring out how to like do this on their own, which is, they shouldn't have to, but they're doing that. So yeah, so. Great
May
work.
I comment?
Sure, of course.
One of the great things about our film is that you see this community. What happened was there was a flood, and citizens were trying to dam up this berm to prevent more water from coming into their town. This is a town of Black and Latinx folks who are coming together. So when we're talking about the uniqueness of this and this what we're trying to get at here, we have a community of Black and brown people who are working together to fight racial injustice and the racial injustice that happens with climate change. And you aren't going to find that with any other film here today.
Thank you. Chris?
Sure. First of all, thank you for the pitch and thank you for the trailer. And I really liked it. And I'll sign on to what Sabrina shared about it, being able to capture a story that's coming from the rural part of our country and showing that rural isn't just white America. It includes people of color who are living in rural America. So I applaud you for that. Question for you in terms of characters. Like the town is a character, but are there people in your arc that we're gonna get to spend time with and get to know? Is there one central figure that's gonna take us through this community, or are there three main people? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
A lot of times we've been using the term multivocal. We are seeing natural leadership in the community, so I do anticipate us following probably 2 or 3, like Sherry and Coyote that you met here in the trailer.
Okay.
But we are in early stages of production,
Sure.
and so what our goal for the rest of 2024 is to spend more time in the Latinx community. And we have a few participants that I believe will probably step forward and be larger characters in the film. But right now, we're witnessing mostly the powerful leadership through the Allensworth Progressive Association and some of the people that you met in our trailer.
Okay, well then, as some guidance, as you're working on this, is I think a character, somebody that we can hold on to, 1 or 2, tends to do better for me personally. Not that you shouldn't have multiple characters and multiple threads, and that's all great and everything, but I think from a audience perspective, I want somebody I want to be able to hold on to, with the understanding that the town itself is a character. So as you're working through that, sort of think through, as all these people you're interviewing, is there somebody that can be the beginning, middle, and that me as the audience can really follow? That's just me personally. Yeah, down my head.
Agreed. No, agreed.
Oh, okay.
Hi, thank you for your, did you want, okay, I'll keep going. Okay, thanks for the pitch. I share similar sentiments to Sabrina and Chris. You know, I think it's interesting, in a pitch like this, right? I used to run a program that coached live pitching, so I'm gonna give a lot of feedback on live pitching, and please, bear with me. But in a pitch like this, where all the projects are themed similarly, and are probably talking about the same issues, the things that are gonna set y'all apart on a pitch stage is your story, right? And I think I still have a lot of questions about the story and what we're following. It's interesting because, to me, the activism angle should be bolstered tenfold when you're talking about this project. So often Black people are victims, helpless victims, right, of their circumstances, and not agents and activists working back against those systems. And so to me, that is I agree with you, that's a really special gift that should be, and that speaks to character, which is what Chris was saying. Sorry, I'll stop responding to my fellow jurors and I'll ask an original question, which is that, I think I was kind of confused about the focus of the white cities that the water's coming from, and how that kind of intersected with the history of the train, and understanding there was this economic loss, of money and wealth, and then and now there's a pushing of that capitalism, right? The effects of capitalism, climate, whatnot, is now coming. The bad stuff is coming in through the water. I just wanted to understand that geography and architecture a little bit more, and that was something I felt in your materials as well.
But my real question is, what is the current climate, like what is the situation in Allensworth? They're building the well, they're trying to be resilient, but is there kind of any hope as things progress?
Yeah, I mean, I'm experiencing a tremendous amount of hope. Speaking to characters, the Allensworth Progressive Association is this multi-generational force of leadership. One of the members was Coyote that we saw here. His mother-in-law, Nettie Morrison, in the 1970s decided to move back to Allensworth and in a sense invested her entire being into making sure that Allensworth would survive. And now her children are there in Allensworth with their children pushing forward this same movement of focusing 100% on this town thriving. So they're part of the leadership that is been spending 20 years trying to drill a well. Water issue rights in California are very complicated. Decades of power mismanagement and money grabs, and water's been rerouted when it's needed, and when there's too much water, it's suddenly pushed into communities that larger big ag believe would be fine to flood. So there is a lot of resiliency and there's a lot of leadership. And as we've spent more and more time in the community, we once thought the story was in the history and in this Allensworth Progressive Association path. But the more that we've spent time there and met the Latinx community, we're realizing that there is more depth and complexity to this story. And so you're sort of meeting us at a point in our journey where we are, we're understanding what's there, but we need more resources to dig in and really let this story tell.
That makes perfect sense. I would wonder if, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Chloe, I would add that we are also, the folks of Allensworth will not let this place be another Oscarville. It will not be another New Orleans. They're not going to let their town be sacrificed for other spaces. They're willing to do the work and they're willing to fight.
I love that.
So virtual, and I'm going to slide in with you guys if you don't mind. Hello, hello. Virtual and live audience.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Yes, please. And judges, did one of you have one more question for them?
Just one, sorry. I'd be curious if you've spoken to kind of the policymakers or have done research into the people who are making these decisions to divert water. Only because I worked on this film Descendant that we had a couple years ago, and it was really interesting because once you could make a connection between the people who were perpetrating the environmental injustice and the people affected, you realize that they had known each other for generations. And so I'd just be really curious if there was any such kind of long-standing bias there.
Yeah, I mean, we've started, 2023, California was inundated with water. There's something called Tulare Lake that used to be completely dry because the farmers had drained it for agriculture, and it actually returned last year. So we spent a lot of time trying to talk to the water board and trying to get people to talk to us on camera, and no one would. There was no flood plan in place for Allensworth, and it really wasn't until the Allensworth Progressive Association stepped in and brought to the attention of Tulare County that there was no flood plan in place for this community that people actually started doing something about it. So we're trying to figure out how, certainly to do the research, but I'm not sure how those voices would be included in our film yet. So the research is happening, but.
I had a really super quick question. Yeah. So you're talking about the family, the woman who moved back, and was that her family member in the film who was planting? And he's also the same one who has that interaction about and explains about the rerouting of the.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great character.
Yes, no, he is a great character. Yeah. And in 4 minutes, as everyone knows, as all filmmakers know, 4 minutes is hard number of minutes to share, as much of your story as you'd like. So we'll take that note for future cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, brave audience member.
Hi. I have a quick clarification question. I love history, and I love, there was a moment in the trailer or the sizzle where you talked about a rich white man who spent a lot of money to divert the river, I guess. But then I was a little surprised later on when they talked about the flooding. It was both Allensworth and I believe the town that the man was from. So I was a bit confused because, I mean, it was a very much a Yellowstone moment where you've got this big rancher and the small people. But then I was confused later on how they became part of, I guess they're victims too, this town, Angwa or? Alpaw. So can you just clarify that a little bit?
Let me go for it. Yeah. Water rights in California are ridiculously complicated, and it's really like if the water is needed, it's also a very geo-engineered part of the country. And so we're not just talking about streams and rivers, we're talking about man-made canals that are running through people's real estate. And if you own that real estate, you have access and ownership over that water, those water rights. So basically what happened was in the early 1900s, if some big farmer who had the power needed the water, it was diverted where it was needed. And then when there's too much water and there's risk of flooding or farmers' land getting flooded, which then means potentially less profits for that crop that year, then they're going to do everything that they can to make sure that that water is diverted. There's crazy footage on YouTube of people driving trucks into ditches to literally create like barriers between where water's flowing. So it's a really complicated thing, and hopefully we'll find better ways to communicate it in our film.
Thank you. We have 1 minute left. I guess my question is, Daryl and Kristen. Oh, yes. You know what? We have another audience question. Let's go for it.
Hi, Daryl and Kristen and Tim on YouTube. Good to meet you. I'm Monica Navarro from Firelight Media, and we were so excited to be, I think, first monies in, but we can share first monies with Black Public Media. We don't all have to stake a claim. We can just celebrate that we're. But Jimena couldn't be here, who oversees our Greaves R&D Fund, and I wanted to just share her words of why we were so happy to support this project, that it's such a strong team complementing each other in skills and experiences, as well as reflective of the intersectionality of their story. We saw the power of their story in being community-focused and local, highlighting solidarity and intersectionality across underrepresented communities. We like that you're connected to the story and the communities and complement each other so well as a team. And so just hearing you, I'm also just struck seeing the footage for the first time, and maybe listening this morning about Cowboy Carter and disabusing people of the idea of like who are cowboys or who lives in rural areas, and seeing the headstone of someone being called a pioneer. I think it's important to center those stories of folks that did create these free towns and that we've been migrating, and even the Latinx community. Some of those folks were braceros, so they were brought here for their labor, but then they start to build lives and communities here. So I love the contemporary story, but I think folks do need that history to say what are the racial signifiers of a cowboy and a cowhand and a vaquero, and the ways that Black folks and Latinx folks and Indigenous have always been a part of the West. So just, you're on the right track, and hope that you also apply to us for production funding when you're ready and you've used these wonderful resources to develop your materials and story more.
Thank you for championing our project.
Thank you very much, everyone.
No question from me. Thank you, Daryl and Kristen. Ooh, our judges have their work cut out for them, don't they? Our next pitch looks at the crisis of Black fertility due to climate change. Through several interconnected stories, this film explores the pain, frustration, and joy as Black families navigate the rocky path to parenthood as the air gets dirtier, the world warms up, and extreme weather becomes a commonplace. Folks, here is Verniqua Allen Lamfair and Infertile Ground.
Hello, good morning. How many people in this room are parents? Okay, a good number of you. So you all know the ups and downs and the joys of having kids. Probably a lot of you are tired right now. I know, I am. But if you're like many Americans that decide they want to birth children, 1 in 5 of you or your partner probably had difficulty getting pregnant or simply were never able to. And 1 in 4 of you or your partner probably had trouble carrying a pregnancy to term. But how many of you have connected those difficulties to the air or land or weather? I know I never did. Hi, I'm Renico Allen-Lamphere, the director and producer of Infertile Ground, and I'm going to talk today about something that's often mentioned in secret or behind closed doors, the struggle that many of us have to give birth to healthy children. I know firsthand the pain and grief of not being able to have a child you desperately want. A few years ago, I was one of those people, frustrated, enduring multiple surgeries, going through rounds and rounds of IVF, and dealing with a miscarriage. I was searching for answers and angry that none of the multitude of reproductive specialists that I visited could tell me why my body wasn't doing the thing I thought it was designed to do. But I never thought to connect what was happening in my uterus to the environment. Those scientists have found that what's happening in our environment can have a profound impact on the reproductive lives of Black women, men, and birthing people. People who, as you know, disproportionately live in communities with air pollution, extreme heat, hurricanes, and other negative impacts of environmental destruction. Infertile Ground is one of the first feature documentaries that will take you right there on the ground to talk about this unknown crisis in the Black community. It took me, a journalist and producer with over 15 years experience, working on a book about Black fertility in the Black community, and as someone, as you might see, is very, very, very pregnant, over 2 years to connect what's happening in our environment with our wombs. And it took me even more time to realize that this story wasn't just like another story, it was my story too. Since I grew up and lived next to industrial pollution and had struggled with fibroids and endometriosis. So Infertile Ground will go to DC, and it'll attempt to talk about the omnibus legislation that's trying to get passed through a very, very hostile Congress. It will go to communities across the country where people are fighting back against powerful petrochemical corporations, visit places where heat and hurricane have impacted pregnant women and men, and then we'll talk to doulas who are taking the fight for climate justice and reproductive rights into their own hands. Here's a little bit of that story now.
When I think about the connections between infertility, Black people, climate change, I think about the lack of focus, really, on the Black womb. How it is impacted by what's going on in its environment.
I never thought about my environment so much as I do today. I never knew I was breathing some of the stuff I was breathing. I didn't carry none of my babies full term. All my babies was born early, and all of my babies were underweight. This is Jason. He actually born with one of his lungs not fully developed, and he had a hole in his stomach. My brother baby born at 2 pounds. And my little sister was told she shouldn't have any more kids because her last baby almost killed her. It pisses you off to hear someone say it's hereditary. It's not hereditary. We're affected by our environment.
When we come across the Sunshine Bridge, we see lights. Some people come, boy, y'all city looks some nice when you hit the Sunshine Bridge. That's not our city. That's our destroyer.
Here in Cancer Alley, there's 12 industries within a 10-mile radius. I never thought that could be the reason why I was having infertility issues. But now I know. There is a relationship between the plants and low birth weight babies, preterm babies, even stillborn. And just about all of the chemical plants here emit at least 1 or 2 greenhouse gases. And things are happening that would not have happened 10 years ago.
Hurricanes are especially dangerous for pregnant people because when it comes to evacuation, there is no assurance to have an OB should they go into labor. They often have to go without water or food.
During my first pregnancy, that's when they wanted to broadcast on our local news stations that the water is not safe for you to drink. But you have to have a lot of water when you're pregnant because you're always thirsty. The stores didn't have water, so all the water was gone. And what do you do then? You know, what would you have done?
It's not just about the snow caps melting, it's about reproductive health.
Black babies are coming into the world with a disadvantage because mama's eating off the land of soil food. Mama's drinking water that's contaminated. Mama's breathing air that's contaminated. Does it make you feel like the people in your city don't care? Yeah. I know it's intentional. We're in Mississippi. Slavery not so long ago.
They're trying to destroy the black generation, and it's nothing new. They continue putting chemicals out and destroying the mothers. They can't have the children. They destroy their community.
We're fighting really hard to keep Formosa Plastics out of St. James because if it is built here, it's gonna wipe the 5th District off the map.
I'm planning to do my part. By purchasing this land, it hinders industry from coming in.
Being a doula is a calling because every other year or so we have some kind of major storm or something coming through, and Black moms and Black babies don't have to die and keep dying. The only thing we can really claim as ours is birth. And that's what we're owed. Period.
So, Infertile Ground is currently in the research and development stage, and we're working on a narrative structure. We plan to start primary production in late summer, fall 2024, and have a rough cut by spring 2025. Currently, we have raised $40,000 in development funds, which has allowed us to begin to capture photography, and we will need $150,000 to continue filming to help track the story of the federal legislation and continue filming the fight that these folks are having in their local communities before more plants like Formosa come to Louisiana, or Jackson has another devastating water crisis, or the next disaster or hurricane hits Miami. At the end of the day, Infertile Ground is more than just a climate film or a reproductive freedom narrative, but it's really a social justice story aimed at women, families, the medical community, and the general public about how life has been impeded due to human negligence, environmental malfeasance, and a world that just doesn't seem to care about Black women and birthing people sometimes. As Shamel says, the climate crisis is about more than just melting snow caps, but it's right here at our doorstep. Thank you all.
Thank you, Judges, what do we think? Maybe Chloe, you can start us off, but before you do, a reminder to our YouTubers, please put your questions in the chat.
I'm just gonna scoot back a little bit.
Do you think, I was thinking filmmakers often joke about giving birth to documentaries, so congratulations on your twins.
Thank you.
I love this project, and I love how it looks at specific areas that are kind of the epicenters for maternal risk. I think it's really smart to focus on Cancer Alley and these places that are really targeted, and maybe like the canary in the coal mines for other parts of the nation with this issue. I think you have a really strong team, and I'm curious, you know, stories about especially birth and things about the body can be really, really scary. Pregnancy is already very scary, and then when you add in the risk, it's a lot. And so I'm just curious, when you're speaking to your list of experts and researchers and activists and doulas, like who are you also speaking to people who can maybe point to solutions or things that people can do at home to maybe at least feel like they can take a little bit of control, or feel like maybe they can mitigate the risk at all? And also getting into maybe the science aspect of how, not so much the hurricanes, because that's very kind of obvious, the idea of like having to move away, but like how these chemicals and environmental factors can really affect our bodies.
Yeah, so I'll take the science question first, just because I'll remember it. So the science is, definitely a part of, this story, and we're hoping to use animation and graphics in a way that brings it alive. I think one of the things about this film is that people just don't know. I mean, what I was surprised about was that the folks in Cancer Alley hadn't really even made the connection between, the environment and, oh yeah, I've had a hysterectomy. Oh yeah, my cousin's had a hysterectomy. So I think a lot of that is going, a lot of the film will be, helping to explain the science in an entertaining way, not like super nerdy. But people really need to understand and know the connection. So, a lot of this is just explaining the issues. And we will do that through experts, scientists, and then of course people on the ground are there, they can tell their own stories. Like I said, they just hadn't made the connection. What was really fascinating for me is that there's actually quite enough, there's a bit of research out there. The science is out there. It just hasn't been connected, and particularly on film. So that's part of the mission of this project, is just to make those connections for people. The second part that you asked me about, talking to people. Could you just tell me? Could you say that one more time, just so I make sure I answer?
I think it was about the solutions. Like,
oh,
other
yes,
things.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so this definitely wants to be a film that talks about solutions. As someone who is pregnant, it's traumatic and it's sad, and I didn't want to just live in that sadness and feel like there's nothing you can do. One of the first places that I started out was with the doulas, and that really is the doulas and the midwives who are just a huge part of this story. They're the ones that seem to be on the ground connecting a lot of these issues in ways that the medical establishment isn't even doing. So I hope that the impact of this film is that folks in the medical community, that the doctors, the gynecologists will, listen and say, hey, there's a connection between fertility, and that particularly impacts Black people and Black women and birthing people. But the doulas have said to me numerous, we're not the only solution here. We can't be the only solution. This is a systemic problem. So it's about also connecting the story to city planners when it comes to hurricanes and extreme heat. A lot of what we found is a lot of cities don't even have pregnant people included in some of those plans, and it could be something as simple like in New York City as cooling centers, also send announcements out to pregnant people. Inform your medical community, hey, this is where people can go if it's too hot. So this is absolutely focused on solutions, and I'm sorry, the last thing is the momnibus legislation in DC, which I think it's 13 bills in DC, and they've tried to get it passed for a couple Congresses, and so we will follow that legislation to see how this solution, and it's about Black maternal health. It's not solely focused on climate change. There's one specific bill that connects reproductive health and climate change. So we'll be following, there's a wonderful senator, Cory Booker, and then also specifically a Congresswoman, Lauren Underwood, who is tracking this. She used to be a nurse. She's a Black woman. She's from Illinois. And, following that story of them trying to get this passed and get people to care about it. Because a lot of this subject is people just not knowing and making the connections. That was a very long answer.
No, that was perfect. Thank you.
Who wants to go?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I love your trailer.
Thank you.
I think it really does make it personal for me as a father of someone who's 17, and not to share too much of my personal history, but we had fertility issues having him, and to be able to see something that we hadn't thought about is something that sort of brings it home. But my question really is about the science and the journalism, because there could be two different films here. You can make a completely science film, or you can make it a film about the advocacy. And so my question is, how are you balancing both? And are there plans to bring on some sort of partner, either a science partner or an investigative journalism partner? Because I think, when it's a big project, it's a big budget, and there are different sources of money that you go after depending on which direction you go.
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that I've thought about a lot. I love the science aspect of it, but for me, what connected was really the stories of what's happening in communities, the personal stories. And I'm sure as many of you all are filmmakers, climate stories are really hard to tell, and science stories are hard to tell. And get people to listen to them, even when you have celebrities and actors and everything involved. So I think that it's about really making it a film that people can relate to, personal film that focuses, yes, it focuses on the science, and I want to talk about that, absolutely, but to really make it a film about people and what they're doing and how they're, feeling empowered. And let's have some fun animation and interesting work, because people don't know how their bodies work. Like, I went through IVF, I didn't know how all that stuff happened. I mean, I guess I learned about it some years ago in high school, but so that is an important part of the story.
Right.
We have been working with journalists, advocacy organizations, and also scientists from the EPA to folks at the university level to, like I said, people in these communities who, also understand the science in a totally different way and are experiencing that. So, Human Rights Watch has been fantastic. They're one of the organizations making the connections, and it's a pretty small group, right? Because I think, and this is what I found out initially, you have the folks in the kind of the reproductive justice space, and then you have folks in the environmental community. But to have people that work really at this very small intersection, it's not that many folks actually doing that work. And it's a small community. And, I think we've been pretty tapped into that community and the resources, and we'll continue to, be in contact with that community and explore all the resources at our disposal.
All right, well, let me put this out as an offer as you develop this more. I want to try to connect you with Nova.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I just think the science of it, the connecting the dots, the personal stories, you have the personal stories, but I'm concerned about the science journalism that will give you the credibility.
Absolutely.
And hopefully bring you the money you need, because you could easily have about a $2 million project here just with the research and connecting the dots and the animation and everything. So, aside from this, I'd love to bring you to Boston and try to just have a conversation and see if there's a partnership.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, Nova's been on my mind, as we've talked about during the mini pitch sessions, because I do think that this is a story that's great for them, because it is about, making the connections. Like I said, it's explaining the issue. Like, that's kind of where this film is really grounded in. So that would be wonderful.
Well, let's try to talk more.
Thank you.
Yes, so wow, there's so much I want to say about this project. Again, it's another example of, a very compelling topic through which we can understand, the reverberating impact of the climate crisis on Black lives, and get ready for another birthing metaphor, like literally at its inception, which is around fertility and of both men and women. I know is mentioned in the written materials, as well as maternal health. And I think what's really profound, again, about centering these stories, and it's not only just about it explains the way in which folks are disproportionately impacted, but also in so doing, it's also an opportunity to learn from and understand the climate crisis with more nuance if we center these stories and understand. Like, I never thought about doulas being on the front lines of the climate crisis, but now I'm thinking about it that way. And, what an incredible contribution to the climate, fight. So again, another reason why, these stories need to be told, because they can inform these issues in brand new ways. And in terms of the journalism piece, you're a journalist, correct? And so I think with the right partnerships and stuff, I think you can get that down. So for me, my concern is how do you get all those intersectional pieces and tell a really compelling story? Because that's going to be the challenge of balancing information and validate, showing the receipts or whatever, but also telling a compelling story. Now, one of the things that I feel like just kind of flies by in the sample is that there's because we know about Cancer Alley in New Orleans, and all the plants and everything, how people are exposed to all this pollution, et cetera, and they've been fighting this for a minute, right? In fact, I feel like the environmental racism justice movement, it was born in New Orleans, I think. I mean, that was my introduction to it 20 years ago. But at any rate, there's the woman who actually, she buys a plot of land to keep them from being able to put in. I mean, that is great. I think, there's something there in terms of the lengths through which people are going to try to solve it, and to literally buy the land so you can't do it because you can't get them to stop otherwise. And I just wonder what other kinds of like out of the box thinking and solutions that are probably coming up, like with doulas being on the front lines of this. And, again, speaking to what everyone else has said about bringing in the medical community, I think maybe industry should be taken to task as well as in connection with urban planners that have been, pernicious and complicit in this ongoing issue. And I wonder too, and I think this might be something for like all of the projects to some extent, that there's like a reparative component to this, something around like, I don't know, like reparations and reparations movements. Like there's something there that seems to be like undergirding all of this that like, yeah. And the last thing I'll say again is similar to the other things, is like to really nail bullseye like the thesis of the film and like the story, the journey we're going on. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, those are great. I don't know which one you want me to respond to. We just did a longer cut of this, since 4 minutes is quite short. And it became clearer to me in kind of this longer cut that it really is a racial justice story. I'll use Cancer, Alley as an example, but I think you could use, any of the other communities too, Miami particularly as well with hurricanes, is that it is about kind of one powerful industry, which yes, we will absolutely take them, to task and talk about that. But one character in the film says, yes, Black folks here in Cancer Alley have, 40 acres, but the white people that grew up here, they have 200 acres, and they're the ones selling, and we're the ones left here. So I think that absolutely, those issues are a huge part. The same thing with the story in Miami. It got cut from the sizzle, but there's one character who actually the doula went with her from Miami to Georgia, escaping Hurricane Irma, and she said that, if I had a house with a better roof, if I had, more resources during this hurricane, I wouldn't have to leave at, I can't even imagine, 36 weeks pregnant and take this, 17-hour journey with her, I think her 2 other kids, and trying to kind of map out where hospitals and rest stops were. And if I had, if my economic situation was different, and, the studies show that in Miami, white folks still tend to have more money, and I don't want to just put it on a, black-white spectrum, but that was what she used, we would be in a different situation. So I think that some of those themes that, yes, it's about, climate change, it's about pollution, it's about bad water, but it's also like a racial issue that's happening that we can't forget. I feel like I've heard in several projects, that it's somewhat intentional. Like it's not just by happenstance. Yeah. So, and I think that, absolutely we'll have to talk to that. And, the woman who's buying up the land, she says several times, we're on sharecropper, land. So there are connections, going back, obviously, hundreds of years. They will absolutely be brought out.
So now we will take it to some questions from the audience. Reniqua, I have one question for you from a financial standpoint. Sure. What will you do with the money if you get it?
Yeah, I think we really need to continue filming. I have a wonderful producer, Crystal, who's over here. Obviously, in another week, I will be a little bit busy for a couple of months. People are starting, as I said, to make some of the connections. There are events happening. We just had Black Maternal Health Week, and it's the National Infertility Week. But also, there's a real fight, that's going on in Louisiana to try to keep, it's kind of unbelievable that, more plants are being built. Hurricane season is coming, and also one story that we haven't, really filmed with is about the extreme heat, which, summer's coming up. So I think, we need to keep filming with our characters and keep making the connections, and that's what we want to do. And we also want to bring in some of the experts to talk about the science with it, and to figure out, for me it is how to do it really creatively so it doesn't fall flat, because I know that just happens with a lot of science-based stories. So those are kind of the next steps that we will, do with the money.
I love that Chris mentioned Nova. We were talking about
it. Yeah, we were talking about Nova yesterday.
Yes. So I think we have a question from virtual, yeah?
Yes, we have a question from Bernard, who asks, are there plans to feature male contributors, and how does it affect their fertility?
Absolutely, that's a huge part of it. For this iteration of it, it's actually very hard to get people, men, particularly Black men, to talk about fertility struggles. But absolutely, particularly around issues with extreme heat, workers are impacted, sperm count is impacted. This is happening in the United States and around the world. It's a huge issue. And so absolutely. And also like multiple studies have found that actually Black, despite I feel like what the narrative is in our popular culture, that Black male sperm rates are actually declining. So that's absolutely a huge part of the story, and that we're working with groups to identify some people that will talk about that and how we can bring those narratives in. And also people, I'm sorry, and I also should say we want to expand it so it's not necessarily just women, it includes birthing people, and we want to be inclusive to everyone who experiences pregnancy.
Looks like we have a question over there.
Yes, mine is less of a question and more of just a comment. I really enjoyed the trailer, from the music to the pace of your trailer. It not only evoked emotion, but it also was educational. So I really appreciated that approach. I'm a very feel type of person, so I was like kind of welling up a little bit because it drew me in. So as a director and a filmmaker myself, I was here with you, and I look forward to when it comes out. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
No worries.
Did we have any other questions?
Can I say something really quick? I just want to make sure that I button up one of the things. Again, with the journalism, you have, all that to do, but maybe thinking about getting, when the time is right, a story producer, a consulting story producer to really help manage and navigate and make sure you can get the
Absolutely.
story piece. So I just want to make sure I said that.
No, absolutely. I feel like I also have lots of hormones now, so I'm in all the fields, so I need some clarity of what is actually...
It's separate set of eyes is helpful. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you.
Reniqua, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
all of our best for a healthy delivery. So everyone, I have a quick plug. If you would like to donate to Black Public Media, go to the QR code on the back of the little card that you have, or visit the reception desk during the break. And for those of you online, we just dropped a link in the chat. Please give us some money. It will help us make better films. Now we're gonna take a 5-minute break, after which we'll be back for our last 2 pitches. What I think has happened is all of the pitches got you guys so inspired that everyone is talking about all of this amazing work, which I think is great. Welcome back, everyone, but we actually have 2 pitches left. And so if everyone in the back of the room could coalesce into their seats, we will continue with our amazing storytelling. So, moving right on time, our next project hails from Atlanta, Georgia. For decades, activist Dr. Jacqueline Eccles has been combating environmental racism in Atlanta, where Black communities are disproportionately threatened from climate change and gentrification. This observational documentary chronicles her most remarkable undertaking yet, defending one of Atlanta's remaining forests and the surrounding Black community from the city's plans to construct the largest police training facility in America, Cop City. This is Hold the Line.
Hello, everyone. How was our break? Are we feeling okay? All right, good. So where does everyone think of when I say America's Black Mecca? ATL. ATL, yes. An epicenter of the civil rights movement and the birthplace of Martin Luther King Jr. But behind this city's rich progressive history lies decades of environmental degradation in Black and brown communities. Fighting environmental racism has been the lifelong mission of Dr. Jacqueline Eccles, an Atlanta-based eco-activist who's been on the front line for over 25 years.
My name is Jason Goldman, and I'm the director of the feature film Hold the Line.
And my name is Emily Keister, the producer.
Growing up in Tuskegee, Alabama, Jackie played in rivers and creeks that were clean. Activism during the civil rights movement inspired her to pursue a doctorate in political science, and these 2 passions merged when she became the unofficial riverkeeper of Atlanta's South River. Hold the Line follows Jackie's tireless pursuit to protect the river, combat environmental racism, and her most urgent battle to date, the fight to stop Cop City.
Located in southeast Atlanta, Cop City is slated to stretch across 171 acres. It'll include a mock city, bomb detonation training, helicopter landing pad, and so much more. This majority Black neighborhood, historically neglected by the city, is already inundated with heavy industry. This decision, this calculated divestment, is the catalyst, and it's motivated the decision for the city to clear-cut the forest and build this militarized police training facility. At a time when Atlanta's Black population is already fighting hyperdevelopment, this action points to ill will, fear, and distrust. Killing this forest will be devastating, not just to this community, but the majority Black community living downstream.
The removal of trees not only hampers air purification, it accelerates an urban heat island effect, creating deadly conditions. Stormwater runoff leads to mass erosion and pollution, destroying wildlife habitats and wreaking havoc in the ecosystem. In the fight to stop Cop City, we'll see Jackie strategize with organizers, participate in direct action, and inspire the next generation of activists to take on the powerful elite. In her mission to protect the river, Jackie is working with the community to clean the toxic headwaters, where action has stalled for 30 years. We'll accompany her as she monitors water quality, holding municipalities accountable when millions of gallons of raw sewage overflow in residential communities. And the list just goes on from here.
Armed with data, precedent, and moral imperative, we'll watch as Jackie holds the line against developers and governments willing to sacrifice the natural world.
Typically, environmental justice speaks to the goal: healthy water, healthy environment, healthy communities. When you get to environmental racism, it's targeting. The folks who live there are not politically, financially, any way equipped to fight off what's happening. The city of Atlanta went to a lot of trouble to make that work. They ignored their ordinances. They ignored the fact that they had passed legislation that made it a park. They ignored the fact that they are violating the Clean Water Act.
Cop City, a 171-acre
police facility in a black neighborhood with all kinds of urban warfare training. That whole notion is race-based because you wouldn't propose that in a white neighborhood. Not only is Cop City here, development has transformed this community just into a massive industrial area. One black community, all of this is going on in real time. If you don't think there's a connection here, you're just living in a dream world. We test water all along the South River. It's an environmental justice community. A large number of folks who live there are black. Atlanta's sanitary sewer system pollute the South River. We're looking for evidence of E. coli. It's about the environment. It's about the communities. It's just quality of life. Where we do test just happens to be at Cop City. South River Entrenchment Creek. Cop City is right across the road. And what used to be all of that green space, now it's just red dirt.
But in terms of the police, it's usually if I'm alone, I'm just not going to go down anymore because they'll give me a hard time.
Yeah.
So nobody can be over on the city property?
This is not private property.
Okay, how do you figure that, ma'am?
How do you figure it is? We're not trespassing, you know, and we're definitely not doing anything illegal. So
I never said you was doing anything illegal.
Yeah, but you're here acting like we are.
Okay, let me ask him if he knows something.
I'm so fucking tired of this.
Okay,
Are we ready?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to talk about it.
No, exactly. Let's just go.
So, whoever gets to make the offer, she said she's in the schedule.
We'll be back in 2 weeks. You know, and they don't know anything. You know, they're just told to go there and keep everybody away. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. And besides, you don't have jurisdiction here anyway. None. You might call the DeKalb County Police, but you don't have any jurisdiction. Ready?
Thank you. I've committed my career to helping other filmmakers pursue their dreams. And after 15 plus years as a producer, it was finally my turn. Making films about the people who are fighting for the future of this planet, that's where my passions merged. So when I met Jackie, we immediately clicked. Her commitment resonated with me, and I felt a profound responsibility to bring her story to the screen. Excuse me. Being the one to reveal the depths of her inner spirit is something I can simply not walk away from.
Now, I moved to Atlanta for a very specific reason, to feel embraced by the Black community, which is something I never felt growing up in rural Wisconsin. And surprise, I know, right? And while, yes, I found my people, I suddenly felt this longing and missed my connection to nature. I was really excited to learn that Atlanta is one of America's most forested cities, but even with Black leadership at the helm, the decision was made to clear-cut one of our last major green spaces. And this is why I feel so connected to Jackie, and I'm completely inspired by her ability to navigate a multitude of spaces to highlight and disrupt this ongoing portrayal of BIPOC communities.
Our film speaks to what's happening in Atlanta, but beyond, because massive development projects are a threat to everyone, everywhere, and there's no one coming to save us.
If the movement fails, Cop City is scheduled to be complete by January. But nothing is inevitable. This is why we're taking an aggressive approach to overlap our post-production with the remainder of our shoot. Our ask is for $150,000 to cover 8 months of edit, color correction, and sound mix.
And we leave you with Jackie's mantra, a reminder of what's at stake. As the environment goes, so goes the community. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason and Emily. A reminder to our virtual attendees, please drop your questions in the chat and we will answer them. But first, our judges. Who would like to start? Sabrina.
Sure. Okay, I'll start. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna like keep saying this again. Like this story, you know, the intersection of increased policing and climate is not one that I've ever really thought about. And so again, this is another example of like telling our stories and what they contribute, like the issues that they present, as well as the solutions that they open us up to, and the nuanced understanding of the climate crisis and all the different intersections of the climate crisis is, you know, evident. I really love that your main character is this black woman, a black woman scientist, and a very feisty one at that, has committed, like, from what I remember from your written materials, committed like her life to like doing this, being sort of like the environmental climate police and testing water and doing these things. So there's a lot about it that's really great. So to cut to the chase, the one thing that I would, I think needs to be clearer is well, let me say one other thing. The other thing that I like about this, and this is something that I think is present in all the stories, but there's a certain amount of urgency with all of these. And this one is very clearly felt because you have something that like is going to be done by January. So I think I would like to know a little bit more about like what that fight looks like and where it might be, you know, so that we can really feel like, you know, that you have the story and that we really get the urgency of it. And I think too, I mean, I guess you're going to talk about this more, but like the idea of deforesting an area to put an increased militarized police presence in a black community is crazy, you know? So I just like you know, a little amplification of that, because that is just beyond, again, another iteration and layer that like you wouldn't think of. And then you see this and you just, you know, you can believe it, but you can't believe it. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Wow, there's so much I want to answer. Yeah, to speak to the urgency, I think that is something that's really on our minds. Something that's really wonderful about Jackie, and as we mentioned, she is in a number of spaces. So she's on the front line. She's showing up at the construction site. She's fighting legal battles that I think you'll discover in the film that most people, again, wouldn't necessarily think of. But she's also bringing the community, the black community there, into nature itself. And she's going on kayak trips, and she's activating the spaces, and she's really helping people understand, again, this nuanced conversation about the intersection of the environment and policing. And that is something that we're really focused on. This film is observational. So while Cop City really sets as a time setting, and we're understanding kind of this journey of Jackie's life as an activist in a number of spaces that she's in, not just this fight against Cop City. And then Cop City is really the thing that is driving us, and we're weaving in and out of the multitude of spaces that she's showing up in to have this conversation, to encourage other people to have this conversation. But we'll also see her, you know, we're seeing her test the waters, we're seeing her go to court, we're seeing her travel to a number of actual different spaces in the country to speak to conversations like this and to activate the community in that way as well. So it's really being able to see her journey as an activist and how she is bringing these conversations together in a really nuanced way and making sure community is at the center of all of it.
Thank you for the pitch and introducing us to Jackie. I want to encourage you to lean into Jackie's narrative. She's the vehicle into the story. For me, this is more than just a climate film. It's a democracy film, right? And it's really about a person who is, you could take Cop City and put in another issue. I think she'd still be on the front line because she loves her community and she is fighting for it. And I think that's the important part to elevate right now, particularly as we're heading into 2026, which is going to be 250th anniversary of our democracy. And I bring that up just because I want your film to have some legs as you're trying to see what's happening with Cop City. Jackie is the story. And so even though there's this thing that's happening there, and looks like it's already happened, like she can't stop it, but how do you make sure that this is one element of her narrative, but it isn't the whole narrative? So I would think there's some personal history that I think you're going to get into the narrative. I think there's probably other fights that she's fought. Be good to sort of know that. I think there are people who don't like Jackie, and you might want to get them to talk about her too. But I think
not possible.
No, not at all. Jackie, everybody loves Jackie. But keep that in mind, that the film that I see and the film that I think you will be able to get funded if it's a film about Jackie.
Absolutely. You know, we have so much more scheduled to film with her in Tuskegee. She hasn't been back home in years. She went to school in Benjamin College in South Carolina. We're going to visit there. We'll spend time with her family. That's all incorporated. And certainly Cop City is the flashpoint of this film. Right. But there's very specific reasons why Cop City is happening here and now. And Jackie is the ideal person to take us on that journey through history. You know, the film is going to feel a lot like a ride-along with Jackie. We're going to see her version of Atlanta. We're going to see her version of climate justice and environmental racism. So we're just going to feel very under her wing, and her eyes and her experience will help us put the pieces together and make it obvious. As she often says, would you want this in your neighborhood? And that speaks a lot to why here, why now.
Thank you for your pitch. I feel like Sabrina and I are like sharing a brain cell. I really agree. I agree. You know, one of the notes I wrote down was I still think the thesis is a little bit unclear to me in terms of kind of what you're trying to say about the larger issue. And I do agree. You need to really amplify the intersection of policing and environmental justice in this. 4 minutes is a really short time. I completely agree. But you did such a great job in your pitch materials of laying out what the film was going to be. Like I was there. I was like, oh my God, we're a summer of kayak rides and like nature walks, and we're going to protest in the woods. Like I was there with it, and that's what I wanted you to tell me on the pitch stage, and walk me through what we're going to see on screen. And also this real legislation going on that you talk about in your materials with like a real hard deadline. And it's good to understand like the timeline of the film as well. So I think I also had the question of like how, I remember I wrote down, I was like, is this an environmental film? Like, how is the environment being affected? Is the water changing through the development? How will we, like, is the river impacted? I want to kind of really understand the cause and effect that's happening, because I think there's a devil's advocate argument. I'm not arguing this, but I think it exists where it's like any kind of a development, they would have to clear land. They could be building housing. They could be building a community center. It could be anything. So again, what are we trying to say about Cop City, and what are we trying to say about the environment, and how is it negatively impacting? I think that point just needs to be nailed a little bit further for me.
Absolutely. So much of environmentalism rests on legal pursuits. And summarizing all the ways that she's using the legal system to fight this naturally is very complicated for a short excerpt. But there are measurable ways through data, through precedent, through getting the right judge can impact whether or not they win and lose. And that will certainly help understand how she navigates these places, how she fights that battle in those specific circumstances. There are tons of violations going on. The EPA is aware of this and not doing anything. There is intentional or unintentional harm that violates the Title VI, right? So there's so many avenues that she's exploring, and yes, they're certainly all in play and will be featured.
Thank you, judges. Okay, audience, it's your turn. Does anyone have some questions for Jason and Emily? Yes, awesome. Please, while she is coming to the stage, I have a question. So has anyone, have there been any other stories told about Jackie? Has she been in like a web series or a docuseries or anything, or is this her first rodeo?
Certainly her first feature-length project, interviews, segments, but nothing personal, nothing long-form that we're approaching.
And how did you get her to say, yes, I'm in for this?
It was shockingly easy.
Yeah, for sure.
A year ago, January, Emily and I met Jackie in a coffee shop. Wow. That was the second time I met Jackie. I was like, Emily, you gotta meet her. And she just went. And she has so much backlogged in her mind about all the intricacies. And once you uncover one layer, you discover all these other things underneath. I thought I understand Cop City easily. But once I met Jackie, I realized there was so much more going on in this world that I could not even fathom.
And Jackie's, I mean, she speaks on a lot of panels. She's constantly in a lot of different spaces, like I've said. And I think she's so authentic to her core. And I believe that she felt that in us as well, because we really approached her with the intention of telling her story. And I think especially with Cop City, conversation was buzzing around about other films, other filmmakers wanting to get her on camera or wanting to do an interview here. Like, let's do it here. We're going to construct it here. And I think some of those spaces didn't feel authentic to her. And then, so I think just, you know, really being able to give power to us as filmmakers and then have us kind of give it back to her as this person that we are really following and her point of view was something that really resonated with her. And I mean, that trust was kind of immediate. And it's just really been growing and building, and we spend all of our time with Jackie.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Sure. My name is Nina Shelton. I'm with PBS. And I just wanted, mine's not a question, it's more of a compliment. That opening scene of this Black woman on a river rowing, it did not compute. Like, I'm like, that does not go together. A Black woman on a river, like, what? And so immediately, and then the other contrast was, she wasn't like this peaceful, loving woman on a river. She had bite from the beginning. And so that is just such a stark contrast to what you think you're going to see. And I just loved it. And you used a couple of buzz phrases that I think exactly speak to that point. You talked about ride along. She is not a woman that you sit down and have an interview with. You go with her, you ask her questions, and that is the footage that you shared with us. And I would encourage you to continue. And you also mentioned you mentioned a word too that was just like, that is just totally speaks to who she is. But yeah, I mean, I just want to encourage you in that same vein to just like ride with Jackie in terms of visually showing us like where we are in these spaces, because you don't see us, and showing us such a contrast to what we think we should know about Black people, Black women, when it comes to climate change, when it comes to the environment. I just loved it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, so much what I love about documentary filmmaking is casting. People don't think about it that way, right? So when I approached Jackie, I was like, it's gonna be observational film, fly on the wall. I know you do a lot of interviews, but I'm just gonna hang around you. And after a while, you just get sucked into her world. And she just kept explaining things to me. And you need that with her. And it kind of, I think the film will really capture kind of what it means to be intimate with her. I spend 4, 5, 6 days with her every day, every week. And it's built such a strong relationship. And we really hope the goal with our editor is to bring that to life in the film.
Any other audience questions? If you win the money, I think you mentioned what you would do with it, like some post-production. What about, how do you envision this premiering? Like, is this, are we at theaters? Is there a specific public media sort of venue that you would think this would work with?
Our thoughts are definitely POV comes to mind, thinking about Jackie and really being her story. America Reframed is another kind of public broadcast that would be really awesome. I think in terms of impact campaign, Jackie is plugged into and is part of this national network of folks who are doing similar work in the environment. So I think that would also be a really perfect opportunity to kind of plug into these spaces that already know Jackie, right? And that we can really bring the film to this space where Jackie is known, really bring that community together, and then just be able to like find fun ways to be in the environment with this film, and also find ways to engage the environment and bring the community together, all those.
So like hashtag ride along with Jackie.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
She is eyeing her retirement. And I think a beautiful retirement plan was her to tour with this film and show that impact and make those relationships. I haven't talked about this yet, but I'm sure she would agree to it. And I think that's such a critical part of these types of films, is that you want to fall in love with this person. So let's bring her to your town. Maybe she'll show the full film, maybe she'll show 20 minutes, but then she'll go out with you to the river.
Yes.
So much of her work about the South River, people don't even know where it is, and they live a stone's throw away. So she convinces them to get on a kayak or a canoe with her and experience it and make that connection. And if we can bring her off screen into your homes throughout this country where people are not connected with nature, don't know how to protect it in their backyards, that's where I think she'd be most effective.
I think we have a question. Can you tell us who you are?
I'm Catherine Gunn. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and hi. And thank you so much for this pitch. And I actually love how it goes with the others, because the park from the first film was diverted over here, and the junk was put here, and the nice park and the river in the second film. Anyway, I had a whole environmental mapping going on. Cop City is such a nightmare. We know about the organizing, the activism, like a lot of frontline street activists, well, street forest activists, who have really put a lot on the line, gotten arrested, gotten beaten up, had horrible situations. I'm just wondering, you have the Cop City and you have Jackie, how you're going to make sure that Cop City doesn't become a win or lose. You know, that like, oh, it's got to be an ongoing fight, that even if it gets made and it is there in January and it is the nightmare it promises to be, how does Jackie, how do you show that is still something we can work with, because we're still here and she's still here and she'll still be fighting?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Environmental struggles are lifelong. She often talks about you can't be thin-skinned, you can't be weak if you're going to stay in this fight. And unfortunately, even in the film, we're going to see some activists who appear and then suddenly disappear because they're no longer part of the fight. And I think part of what Cop City will allow us to do is understand these other missions that she's on and how she is making progress in those missions. And one lost battle does not mean you give up. It means you fight harder, because you galvanize an entire group of people who are maybe not dialed in, who are now dialed in, to get part of that fight and stand up and join her.
Yeah, and to really think about the other dozens and dozens of cop cities that have been proposed across the country. Like just whatever happens in Atlanta is not isolated to Atlanta. So being able to take that momentum and build and make sure that these conversations that are happening don't just stop because Cop City does get built, right? Like there are many, many spaces where we need to have this conversation. We need to make sure that people are leaving the cities that they're in. We're finding ways to get people to be actively engaged, again, in a number of spaces, because this is not a new conversation. And the next couple of years, in terms of thinking about these militarized police training facilities, like we are still at the beginning of a conversation.
Thank you so much, Jason and Emily.
Okay.
Thank you.
No? Okay, yeah.
Quick thing, I just want to borrow really quickly from my and Chloe's shared brain cell about the climate piece of it.
Brain cells, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
right, cells, yes, yeah, more than one. Again, I think there's something, I mean, I don't know, Jackie could inform you, but there's something, I think, in the deforestation of a community, a Black community, to put the police there is like, I think, pretty central to the climate part of the story, because you were talking about like procedural things, but like, you know, they're part of like the people, part of what people are doing are planting trees, you know, for air capture and all these different kinds of things, and like they're deforesting a whole community. Like, I just think there's something just to mind
Totally.
there.
So that property was 300 acres of contiguous forest. The land lease exceeds 170 acres. And when you cut up a forest that way, it dies. That ecosystem falls apart.
right.
And you can't just replant an ecosystem. It takes a long time to develop. One deeply sick, ironic element is that they're going to open up the park to the public. So the Black community can go into the park and recreate and have weddings and hold family events, which is completely disturbing. Who in their right mind would think that that is a way to create peace after you destroy one of the most valuable pieces of infrastructure that a community can have?
And the climate, like it impacts.
Absolutely. And yeah, as you said, like the impacts are immediate, they're local, and it's a rippling effect. It's not a siloed event.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason and Emily. So for our last pitch, we segue from the forest of Atlanta to the jungle of Puerto Rico. Our final pitch hails from Puerto Rico, and it's a film about the life of Puerto Rican fisherman and revolutionary Carlos Tasso Zeñón. At sea, Tasso fought against the U.S. Navy's occupation and exploitation of his native island of Vieques. This is Zenon.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Camila Rodriguez, producer of the film Zenon, joined by Juan Carlos Davila Santiago, the director of the film.
Good morning. Thanks everybody for being here. I want to start our pitch with an exercise. Imagine yourself being 4 years old, living in a wooden house, and a bulldozer destroys the house where you and your mother live. And you have to come into the house, rush, and take whatever belongings you can gather. The US Navy is coming into your community to displace it, to build a new military base in the Caribbean. Carlos Tasso Zenon, the protagonist of our documentary, went exactly through this process with his single mother, Trine. This traumatic experience made Zenon grow up with a lot of rage, but he used that rage to turn it into becoming an environmentalist and a fisherman who from the 1970s through the early 2000s organized his community to demand the withdrawal of the US Navy from Vieques. So our film, Zenon, it is a biographical documentary about an unsung hero that the whole world should know.
For us, as environmental activists, this film is really important. First, because this is one of the most violent cases of environmental racism in United States history. For 60 years, the US Navy dropped bombs, tested uranium weapons, and Agent Orange on an inhabited island where the majority of its residents are Black Puerto Ricans. This consequently damaged their farming and fishing industry as it sickened the population with cancer and other terminal diseases. Second, we're used to see that the media often centers on white scientists, white academics, and white environmentalists as the leading voices of the environmental issues. We need more representation of Black environmentalists, including Afro-Latinos like Carlos Tasso Zenon, who led his people against the most powerful Navy in the world. This film will inspire people of color who are in the front lines of climate change to get involved and engage in their environmental issues.
These struggles are always a David versus Goliath story. The Navy destroyed coral reefs, destroyed schools of fishes in the Sea of Vieques, and the fishermen could not put food in the tables of their families, including Zenon, who at that point just had a child with activist Aleida Encarnacion. This situation transformed Zenon into becoming the legendary fisherman leader that he became.
But Zenon wouldn't become the leader he was without his mother Trine, without his wife Aleida, and without his sons. Now we're going to show you our demo reel where you're going to meet Zenon and Aleida, who through the documentary are going to have a conversation that looks like time travel.
Thank you.
Tiraban en la parte este, pero muchas bombas caían en el agua porque no le daban a la tarjeta. Y entonces, ¿qué pasa? Siguieron contaminando a Vieques. Y hoy que tienen aquí al frente de ustedes a Carlos Zenon, nunca, desde la edad de 4 años, nunca dejó de luchar en contra de la presencia militar. Came all the way from Puerto Rico to accuse the United States Navy for using the island of Vieques.
Yeah, well, you can see all the craters. There used to be a lagoon for the fishing industry.
El Carey está en peligro de extinción. Nosotros los viequenses tenemos que seguir peleando porque somos una especie que también estamos en peligro de extinción. Pero Vieques es un pueblo que se niega a morir. Vieques no va a morir. Muchas gracias.
The
beloved social leader Carlos Zenon died at the age of 84 last Friday. He was a longtime activist who for decades led the fight against the U.S. Navy's occupation of the island of Vieques, his hometown, where the U.S. government tested weapons and held military training exercises. Between 1978 and 83, Zenon and other fishermen repeatedly confronted U.S. Navy ships and halted planned military exercises.
And we cannot afford to have the Navy destroying the only livelihood that we have in the island of Vieques.
La manopla de Trine tiene historia. Había que andar con esto siempre metido en el bolsillo, porque uno nunca sabe cuándo tenía que pelear. Eso se le meten los 4 dedos así. E imagínate lo que te va. Ella siempre salía con esto y un buen día le dijo tomatazo para que te defiendas.
Por edad, seniority.
Dale derechito por ahí, que ahí fue el evento. Zenón nos reunió y que nosotros le íbamos a invadir el desembarco.
Para febrero 6 del 1978, la Marina anuncia a todo el pueblo de Vieques que va a llevar a cabo una maniobra por 28 días, 7 días a la semana, 24 horas. Los mismos pescadores nos dieron Zenón. Con 28 días ellos bombardeando ahí, cuando eso se termine, los arrecifes van a estar destruidos. La pesca va a desaparecer prácticamente en su totalidad. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? La primera palabra que yo le dije, hay que pelear.
I call these actions aquatic direct actions, which were led by Zenon and continued through the 1970s and through the early 1980s. But Zenon wasn't able to achieve the withdrawal of the US Navy back then. There was a lot of repression, including his own imprisonment. However, through these years, Zenon did manage to bring international attention to the issue. He testified in front of the US Congress, he testified at the United Nations, and was able to also gather support from the African American community in the United States through figures such as Congressmember Ron Dellums and Reverend Jesse Jackson, who will appear in the documentary. Eventually, the joint efforts of the Zenon family, the community of Vieques, and the international civil society forced the Navy to finally withdraw in May 2003. But the struggle is not over. Today, there's still thousands and thousands of bombs within land and sea of Vieques, which we have seen with our own eyes, and residents are still getting sick as a consequence. Zenon fought until the end of his days to demand a full cleanup of all remaining bombs in the island of Vieques.
We've been living in Vieques for the past 2 years, interviewing Zenon's family, friends, and comrades, and filming verite scenes with them. We've also been gathering archival materials from personal and institutional archives.
It is important to say that we have exclusive access to this story because I knew Zenon personally. I was able to interview him on several occasions, and these interviews are also going to be a core element of this film. Zenon is an inspiration to me. He taught me how environmentalism and activism is practiced. And now with this film, I want to inspire a larger US national audience with his legacy, especially now that we are looking for alternatives to address the issue of climate change and make those in power to work with the issue in a proper manner. That's why this film is so perfect for PBS, because it would empower and educate individuals about how to organize in their communities to achieve environmental justice.
In regards of production, we have a handful of interviews remaining, which we plan to shoot in May. We will start our post-production this summer and finish the film by summer 2025. We ask for $150,000 so we can cover some of the post-production costs, such as online editing, VFX, animation, sound design, original music, and archival licensing. We have received funds from Firelight Media and Black Public Media, and recently we've been green-lighted for the PBS and William Grease Production Fund. Thanks for listening to us. We will now be glad to take questions.
Our judges, what do you think? Yes, please.
Muchas gracias. It was a really powerful pitch. It gave me chills. And Vieques is such a gorgeous, gorgeous island with so many natural resources. Like I think of the Bio Bay, which is like the best in the world. And so it makes perfect sense to look at it from a climate perspective. But it's also really still quite fragile and vulnerable, as you know. And I'm curious, because historical documentaries sometimes, especially ones that have an ending, like the Navy withdrew, right? And so they run the risk of kind of tricking audiences into thinking like, okay, that was a past problem that's solved. Humanity did its job. It's all good. Tie it up with a bow, walk away, right? But there's obviously still contemporary issues. The bomb cleanups is one that you talked about. And so I'm curious, what is the weight of the contemporary forces at play? Like, what is the weight of that in your film, and how much are you talking about the current day issues versus the past history that is so inspiring?
Yeah, one of the things Camila mentioned was that this documentary was a conversation between past and present, because the idea is that although we're making a historical documentary, we don't want it to be linear. So as, for example, Aleida take us to the different places where the things happen and help us meet other comrades of Zenon, we are also talking about the current issues that they are facing. And also Zenon, and by the time I was interviewing him, he always said that the Navy did not left fully Vieques, because the land that they received, or the land that they were using, it is now under the administration of the Department of Defense of the United States. And that the Navy, the only thing that they did was that they stopped the practices, but that they are still there and the bombs are there. So he, until the end of his days, like I mentioned, this was the new struggle that he was taking. So I would say, like somewhere like the last act of the documentary will be a focus on that part of. Okay, the Navy was achieved. The Navy left. That part of the victory was that was a part of the victory, but there's another part of it, and we're going to go with the interviews I had with Zenon, who is speaking about all this issue and how he's demanding for that cleanup, which he also at some point connects to climate change because of militarism, all the greenhouse emission and all the contamination that also brings, he mentions not only locally but regional, the contamination that all the bombs still create.
I really, really love this project. I remember reviewing it, and just I was so glad to also see that among the submissions is a historical documentary, because I think it's important in terms, again, about centering our stories, that, who are the heroes of the climate movement and that we don't know about and that we should know about. And one of them is this black, Puerto Rican man in the Caribbean. And I just love that we have this story, and how wonderful it is that his wife was such an intuitive archivist, and she's had all this stuff that actually enables, that actually allows us to have the record, and also gives you a way to tell the story in a very innovative and interesting and personal and all the good things in terms of the elements and materials we need to tell a story. I think I like also the fact that that it starts with, it's very personal about being in a fishing community, and that being interfered with, and his influence and his activism grows like in these like concentric circles. It's like personal, local, national, and international. So I just, you know, I'm very excited to see like where this goes. And I know it wasn't in the sample, but I know in your written materials you talked about animation and maybe even puppetry that you might be. So I'm just like so excited to see so much of. Oh, the other thing I wanna mention again is, and I don't know if you mentioned this in the written materials, but again, there's like a reparations kind of component here that either like in the film or impact or both. Because like you said, it's like, you know, when we think about the imperialist power leaving, often that's not the end of the struggle, it's really just the beginning of getting them out, and then, but there's the legacy and the mess that is left behind that has to be dealt with. And I think that's another good thing that this, important thing that this, this film brings, is holding to account like these first world nations that are often held up as the leaders of the solution, but they're more often than not the creators of the problem, you know, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chris?
Thank you for your pitch, and I'll, you know, like my partners over here, I really loved it. I would really, really encourage you to really look broader than climate. It is a democracy film. He's showing the right to protest, First Amendment right. And what I really liked about what you have here is how you're creatively letting him tell his story. Like, you're not telling it, you're letting him tell his story. I encourage you, as you're building the narrative, try to have some moments where you can elevate America's history with Puerto Rico and where it is today, because it is complicated. And as a historical documentary, not only is it a profile of a man, it's a profile of a nation. And it's like, you brought up the reparations idea, right? I mean, that's something that is currently being reckoned with through debt, and currently working through citizenship, and who gets the right, who gets to be represented. And so as you think about the broader goal, and I'm not sure what your funding gap is, look for funding where democracy might be a way that you get into this.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just to respond that quickly, one of the things that we, in that last part that Chloe was mentioning, asking about how much we are going to go into the present issue, one of the things I want to add is that Zenon always said, and we have interviews of him saying this, is that he was the one that was putting the warning out there, right, that this hasn't stopped, and that we need to continue the struggle and demanding the cleanup. And he was making also the warning about how, because now Vieques is having a lot of gentrification, because the Navy is no longer there, and he was one of the first ones that was saying that we fought this, but other people are going to be enjoying it. And in that sense, there's also the aspect of land reparation, that the land belongs to Viequenses, and right now there's the gentrification issue. And I want to add quickly about the archival, that we want to use a lot of archival and audio interviews that there's also about him. So those archival audios are also like a narration that we incorporate. So like you're mentioning, like he is the one telling the story and narrating his own story all the way through it.
Can I give one more comment? I said it was a powerful pitch in the beginning, and I meant it, and it's true, and I just want to really compliment you on that, because pitches are so much about performance. Unfortunately, right, because filmmaking isn't really about performance, but pitching is. And you just did such a great job of laying out the topic, introducing it to people who might not have known it, right? Laying out your story, presenting your needs. I thought it was like a very perfect pitch. And so I know there's people watching online, filmmakers in the room who maybe are trying to learn. I think this is a great example of how to do a live pitch. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Audience, anybody have some questions for Juan and Camila? Yes, we do. I have a question for you first. Of course I do. So it's interesting because you mentioned that he's an Afro-Latino, and I think for years that was not something that someone would refer to themselves as. And so are you going to talk about his blackness and his and sort of the connection to that, or is that sort of not part of the story?
Yeah, for sure. And if you want to add something, for sure, yeah, that's very important for us, his blackness, especially because also in Puerto Rico, same thing happens, even though Puerto Rico, there's a large population of black people, still like the leaders, in history, the activists, it gets privilege the voices of the white man. So that's definitely something that we are going to incorporate, and we already have a scene that is not here. That is that we're going to include. That is an illustration that somebody did of the fisherman leader, referring to Zenon, and that fisherman leader, the painter made it white. So, and then we have somebody that is explaining, is a comrade from Zenon, that is explaining that image, and that he talked to the artist, well, that if that's Zenon, Zenon is black. So those are one of the things that we are going to bring, because also there's there's a lot of bad representation of many of around this topic. And it is essential, his blackness also, to his character.
Can you tell us who you are, please?
Monica Navarro from Firelight. We are so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. And I think you talked about how it aligns with us. This is the first project that not only has gotten the William Greaves Research and Development Fund, but the first from our research and development that now is getting co-production funding with us. And we started funding mid-career filmmakers to address this issue of sustainability that we talk about ad nauseam in the field, and also, counteract this idea that we're always emerging or always new. And just beautiful pitch, but this is more a call to folks watching and folks in the room that I think there's a reckoning, too, of who has been able to tell stories about Puerto Rico. There's been an erasure, a whitewashing, and invisibility, and we're only just starting to really center the narratives of voices, folks in the diaspora, on the island, and especially the Afro-Latinx voices. And I think that we can be subversive and align with these democracy initiatives that are going to be important over the next 2 years, climate that's now a focus, but to the point of who have actually been doing the work on the ground in the fight, who's impacted. So Doc Society, I think you're watching. ITVS, I hope you're watching. Latino Public Broadcasting, Redford Center, just everyone who's got the democracy mandate or the climate mandate or funding Latinx filmmakers or Afro-Latinx. I just hope that we really can come together to help this story meet their ambition and their vision, but get it to audiences to align with when they're going to be paying attention to the founding of this democracy and what that's really looked like with our fraught relationship with our territories and the folks that we've colonized and that are still in the process of decolonizing. So just thank you, and also just this is a call to everyone else. Help us close this gap for them, because they're an amazing team.
Thank you.
Gracias, Monica.
Any other questions for Juan and Camila? No? Thank you so much, both of you, for being here. So what I love about what our judges have said is there's this consistent thing of you guys' pitches are amazing, you guys' pitches are amazing. That's only because, well, I mean, they are amazing, but that's also because they did the Pitch Black boot camp. Because BPM actually nurtures these filmmakers. It's not just about making the film, it's about how do you go out and get funding for your film? How do you pitch and package yourself? And so that is my imploring call to anyone here and watching. Help fund us, help fund these projects that help people learn how to pitch. And so everyone, let's give it up for our film pitching team, 75 Park, Allensworth, Infertile Grounds, Hold the Line, and Zenon. This concludes the Film Forum. Keep your applause going as we thank our jury, Chloe Bai, Sabrina Schmidt-Gordon, and Chris Hastings. Just a reminder, you guys really have, I do not envy you. You have a hard task right now, right? Just a reminder, tomorrow we'll announce the winners of this pitch. And we are also honoring Sam Pollard with the BPM Trailblazer Award. Amazing. And a retrospective of Sam's films is currently available for viewing, so check your program for information on how to access it. Actually, tickets are sold out for tomorrow's awards ceremony, so if you didn't get them, you can't get in. But you can still attend virtually. Please go to blackpublicmedia.org for more information. Thank you to our virtual production team, Black Heart. Thank you to Pro Bono ASL for providing ASL access. Thank you to our BPM staff and board. And today's forum would not be possible without our sponsors, friends, and supporters, Netflix and PBS. If you want to support independent media makers, like the ones you just saw, donate to Black Public Media. And for those of you remaining for the second session, you're welcome to stay here and network. Go grab something to eat, take a break. We'll be back at 1 p.m. sing some background music? Credits, you can.
How people gonna remember you?
I kept telling myself that freedom is a state of mind.
Where am I?
Afropop, the Ultimate Cultural Exchange, Season 16, invites you to explore justice, hope, and redemption through a collection of Afro-futuristic narratives and reflective documentary films.
This call is from a federal prison.
A mother's fight to rebuild community unjustly stripped away.
I am home, but I am not free. I am not free because my sisters are not free.
Commuted, directed by Nayula Jefferson and produced in collaboration with Danielle Metz. An imaginative girl's journey to becoming a superhero. Supamoto, directed by Lakarian Wainena. A motley crew stuck in the afterlife.
No one stays here forever.
But how do we leave if we don't know what brought us here in the first place?
Kati Kati, directed by Mbiti Masia.
The first flood, 100 and some people came up out of this cemetery. Daddy came up.
And the impact of flooding on a historic Black community. Freedom Hill, directed by Resita Cox. This season of Afropop captures resilience and hope to illustrate the global Black experience. Afropop, the Ultimate Cultural Exchange.
I'm busy looking at my notes. Well, first of all, welcome back to those of you who are here for the first session. Thank you for returning. And those of you who are here for the first time, welcome to Pitch Black. Oh, okay. Siri, I wasn't talking to you. She said okay. All right. I'm Leslie Fields Cruz. I'm the executive director here at Black Public Media, and this is Pitch Black. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a dark-skinned Black woman with a small afro that has a little bit of gray. I'm wearing a wine-colored shirt, a cream-colored blazer, some jeans, and some kick-A sneakers. And I also just want to make sure that we acknowledge the land on which we sit and stand, the ancestral home of the Native Lenape American people. I guess, I have to say, for a minute, I was getting a little frustrated because the immersive media is new for Black public media in some ways. It is a new frontier for many of us. And when I got exposed to immersive media, I was excited because all I could think of was all of these new ways for us to tell Black stories. And how can I make sure that everybody else out there knows that there are stories to be told on all of these amazing platforms, right? So right now, for those of you who are here in this room and for those of you who are here online, keep coming, tell your friends, make sure that they connect, because all of the pitches that you see today and all of the makers that you connect with today, they've got some great stories to tell. And we need to make sure that those stories find their way into not just the Black community, but all our communities. And so, I just strayed from my notes because I just need to say that. But I do want to thank the BPM team, of which none of this would be possible without them. Thank you. To my board members as well. Thank you.
I want to thank our sponsors to Netflix and PBS and our PitchBLACK friends. And a special shout out, we actually had in the earlier session, the Redford Center has been supporting us and helping us with our climate initiative. And of course, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, MacArthur Foundation, Acton Family Funding. You know, we've got a great list of supporters. You should join us. You should join them. But I'm going to stop because we are a little bit late. And I'm going to introduce our Director of Emerging Media, the amazing Lisa Osborne.
Wow, that light is really bright. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to come watch this competition today. Black Public Media has been working with this year's cohort of Immersive Makers for anywhere from 3 months all the way up to 2 years. We believe in their projects and we believe in them. Asia Evans and I want to wish all of them, who are seated here to my left, good luck today with your pitches. You guys rock and you look amazing. And I'd like to pass the baton to Tamika Key, who's going to be our MC for today. Tamika is an advertising futurist whom I've had the pleasure of knowing for 15 years now. We first met in Los Angeles many years ago. Her specialty, she spent the last 20 years basically documenting and analyzing global tech, creativity, and culture. And with that, I want to bring up Tamika Key.
Thank you, my dear friend. It is a pleasure to, I joke that Lisa and I met at some kind of art event and we were the only Black women there. And we're just like, really, you? What are you doing here? Let's go. I am delighted to be here and be your host today. My pronouns are she, her. I am a dark-skinned Black woman with blonde hair, purple pink lips, and a tunic and some suede-colored boots. Suede is not a color, but it's fine. I'm so excited to be here hosting this particular part of the competition because I'm an avid gamer, among other things. I have 3 different VR headsets, and so I want all of you to have some of these virtual and immersive experiences. One thing that I would say is the pitches in the morning all had the same thread of environmental justice and climate. These pitches do not have that thread, but there is this thread of reclamation, of reclaiming artifacts, of reclaiming memories, of reclaiming dreams and audio. And so hopefully you'll see that theme woven through all of the pitches today. As for you, our judges, I'm going to introduce Ms. Jennifer Scott. Based in Detroit, Jennifer Scott is the founding executive director and chief curator of the Urban Civil Rights Museum in Harlem, which is New York's first museum dedicated to civil rights. She's worked as a curator, an anthropologist, and a public historian for more than 25 years. Jennifer's experience includes the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History in Detroit, Jane Addams Hull House Museum in Chicago, I've been there, and the Weeksville Heritage Center in Brooklyn. Errol King is based in upstate New York, and he's a creative technologist with expertise in gaming and artificial intelligence. His early career focused on doing communications and tech strategy for social justice organizations, including the largest local union in the US. And for nearly a decade, he worked at Google, where he launched a range of cultural programs. He also invests in social enterprise startups. And last but not least, we have Angela Tucker. New Orleans-based Angela Tucker is an Emmy and Webby-winning filmmaker, a Sundance Institute Women's Fellow, a recipient of Firelight's William Greaves Fund, and a member of the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts, and Sciences. Angela also directed A New Orleans Noel, a Lifetime holiday film starring Patti LaBelle. So let's just be. That's amazing. Thank you for our immersive judges, helping us determine who's going to win this award. You do have some tough work cut out for you. Just going to share a little bit of the rules and regulations that we have going on. We have 6 immersive presentations. Each pitch starts with a video describing the project and then ends with a live Q&A with the makers. Each pitch has a max runtime of 4 minutes, and you as the audience, as well as our audience on YouTube, are encouraged to ask your questions. If you're virtual, post your questions in the chat and we'll get to you. We'll try to get to you, but when it's time to ask a question, please come up to the mic and then I will, and say your name, and then we'll get your question in. And if you love their pitch, just tell them that. It doesn't have to be a question. It can be like, hey, I thought this was amazing. One important nuance about this competition is that it's about technology, but it's not just about technology. This is not just about which pitch uses the coolest tech. Our judges will be using the following criteria. Did the maker communicate their idea clearly and simply? Does the project have an intangible X factor that makes you excited? Is the concept a good or great use of the technology itself? And is the project missing anything? And then last but not least, will the money be well spent? That's because PitchBLACK Immersive is about creating an entire infrastructure to support an artist. It's not just about giving them the money and being like, hey, go do what you want to do. It's around coaching and helping them figure out how to find commercial success for their projects as well. As with our film pitches this morning, as I said, please come up to the microphone when it's time to ask the questions. In the chat, please post your questions and we'll get to that. And then last but not least, out of consideration for our jurors, please stay quiet during the pitch process. But again, if you love their pitch, make sure you applaud and get up and say that you thought they were amazing when it's time for the mic. So without further ado, we're gonna pitch black now. Our first pitch is from Philadelphia artist and poet Andrea Walls, creator of the Museum of Black Joy. Her project, Ring Shouts, Rituals, and Rising Signs, is a video installation conceived as a cultural embrace. It resonates with a narrative that centers Black joy triumphantly with style, creativity, and grace. This is Ring Shouts, Rituals, and Rising Signs.
Greetings from Museum of Black Joy, whose mission is to cultivate, celebrate, commemorate, and circulate stories that center Black joy. Museum of Black Joy is a grassroots archive, a community collaborator, and content creator.
You can move it up to make it easier. You want me to move it up?
Our project, Ring Shouts, Rituals, and Rising Signs, is a series of short immersive films serving as the foundation for 2 and 3D video installations, interior and exterior projection mapping, and street-level AR engagements, all to be co-created with local artists, including dancers, poets, drummers, stilt walkers, and performers familiar with Black cultural traditions. Thematically, the ring shout signifies the autonomy of the Black body in the wake of the Atlantic Passage, its capacity to embody freedom and remain connected to a generational sense of joy, even in the face of ceaseless systemic brutality. Performed in counterclockwise circular movements in alignment with African cosmograms, accompanied by call and response vocalizations, hollers, and rhythmic clapping, led by a shouter, directing the congregation in communal song, in which cycles of exhaustion lead to a sense of spiritual renewal, wringing the body clean. As founder and creative director of Museum of Black Joy, my work has been supported by organizations I admire, and I am honored to be designated as a Philadelphia cultural treasure in relationship to this work. As a self-taught digital artist who has been creating 2D video work using basic technology and my own invention of video collage, I am ready to take the next step. I'm interested in meeting my great-nephews and other young people where they are, in an immersive space that offers an uplifting vibrational text, a virtual mirror of Black traditions rooted in joy. I am anxious to build on my previous projects, including working with returning citizens to interrogate how one moves from embodied trauma to a sustainable practice of joy. A confirmed partner and venue, Vashti Dubois of the Color Girls Museum.
The Color Girls Museum is a public ritual for the protection, praise, and grace of ordinary colored girls. We celebrate the ordinary. And you know what fits into that is like the ordinary spaces that we call home, whether those spaces are like permanent spaces or temporary spaces or somebody else's space.
A confirmed creative tech partner is Ms. Occur, Racism spelled backwards, an anonymous collective of artists located in Philadelphia and beyond.
How can life be like as cool as possible for as many people as possible?
Building on past successes and future partnerships, we are asking for $50,000 towards a total budget of $90,000, with $25K already in the bag.
Sharing your Black joy with us. Can you tell us a little bit about why this project matters to you?
Yes. On May 13th, 1985, my neighborhood was destroyed by the so-called move bombing. And my artistic practice has really been dedicated to kind of understanding how and why, which meant I embodied so much trauma and sorrow over a period of over 25 years. And I realized also in working in many nonprofit organizations where I was fitting that role of the angry Black woman trying to speak truth to power, that I realized none of this is sustainable. And I wanted to begin to not speak truth to power, but to speak joy to power. And in that way, to heal my own hurt and trauma and vibrationally put that joy back into my community as a reflection of what I see every day. People, walking their dogs, having grace with their families, taking their kids to school. I was starting to lose the truth of what I experience every day in my neighborhood by the narratives that were pushing in on me from, external media.
So reclaiming the narrative of Black joy.
Absolutely.
Over to our judges. Does anyone have a question?
I can go first. So first, I'm going to say on behalf of the other judges that we just wanted you guys to know that with the pitches, we are literally learning about the projects in this moment as you all are. So it's different than film because they, got to look at stuff beforehand. So I'm speaking on behalf of everybody when I say that. Okay. So thank you so much for your pitch. I think it's so important. Black joy is just not highlighted enough. And I loved what you said about speak joy to power. I loved that. And one of the slides went by super quick, and I just wanted to ask sort of a follow-up question about, I loved how detailed you were around like the total amount you need is $90K, and you had raised some of it, and it just went by so quickly. So I was curious, like, what you see the needs are, especially, I know it's making a series of short immersive films. So what is, like, when you get that first money in, how are you going to kind of move forward with it?
So the priority is to hire Black actors, performers, singers, hire Black venues and Black creative tech partners so that the money not only serves my end goal of having the films that can be presented, I think of them kind of as a cultural hug, ideally being able to go into classrooms with one iteration of it and just wrap the young people who are so entrenched in violent situations in Philadelphia in the schools. I don't know if any of you heard about the shooting at a bus stop where 11 young people were killed or shot about 5 weeks ago in Philadelphia. And so many of the young people that I work with and my great nephews who are impacted with this violence on their way to and from school to keep themselves safe, then to have to protect themselves from policing. And then their entertainment is so largely violent that I want to create the experience that is embodied in the ring shout, where young people can be surrounded, intergenerational audience, but in particular the young people. So just to get these this money to the performers to co-create with me, and then to really build the partnerships that I have with Drexel University to let them, donate the space for the ball cap, so we don't have to spend most of our budget on the actual tech, but that the money goes to, Black citizens in Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work. It really resonated your focus on Black joy, and when you think of all of our histories that are so defined by deviance and enslavement and poverty and violence, that your project is focusing on this visualness that's translating into visibility in the landscape of this feature that otherwise people wouldn't see at all. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
It sounds like you have 3 parts of, what is it? Ring shouts, rituals, and rising signs, and that they each are mapped to a different technology. And I was wondering if you could say why you chose that technology for each of those segments.
So I'm interested in, for the rising signs, the AR engagements that can be geolocated anywhere in the city. I can actually send them without going places. Also to put up stickers on like bus stops and places where I know, like on a cold night and I'm waiting for a bus and it's raining, and sometimes I say, oh, give me a sign that, I'm living right. And then sometimes a piece of graffiti will be like, get up. And I'll be like, okay. So like I just had this idea if I could just kind of, in a guerrilla fashion, use those rising signs. And like for the curious mind, who just like, oh, I'm waiting for the bus anyway. So let them have an ancestral experience right there on the spot. Also at the places where I see the memorials where most urban landscapes are familiar with, the teddy bears, and sometimes you go by and the candles are still lit and there's still some Hennessy in the bottle. So to be able to send an experience there, a ritual healing. And then the rituals would be the outdoor mapping. So using the immersive films to populate the AR and the projection mapping. With my partner at the Color Girls Museum, we're looking to have something for the Fringe Festival in September, where we can tell a story of the ordinary, extraordinary colored girl.
Okay. Testing. Okay. Well, thank you. There's so many things that you said felt really good to me. Your transformation, truth to power to joy to power, I think is just really powerful. As someone, I worked in labor unions. We did I didn't know they would call ring shouts. So it was kind of interesting to see like that as ritual, and now I'm like going back and like, yeah, they walk in a circle, and like there's an energy there that I was just kind of really, really interesting. It sounds like you're organizing, right? And you're organizing art, and you're organizing talents, and you're building culture. And I think there's something beautiful about that. I also say like in some way, rising signs feels to me like graffiti, right? In the sense of like messages for those who know how to see it and decode it, right? The greatest typographical exploration of all time. Where I went though was not in the technology. I thought the technology was clear. What I thought about was the curriculum. You have transformed your experience into a practice and space, and I'm thinking about the youth that you're pulling in and the local artists and how that turns into not just the things that are produced, but also like what is the pedagogy that allows for that engine to keep going, so that you can kind of create that structure. So I was just curious if in the process of creating this, if you're thinking about also what does learning look like? Who do you like? What types of partners can help build and articulate this way of being, this way of creating this cultural movement through learning, more intentional learning experiences and curricula?
Thank you for that question. I tell people I'm from last century, so I'm not a digital native. So, I am based in that, what it meant for us to be immersed was like playing spades in the basement with the music on and maybe some smoking things happening, so it was a very experiential thing. And the way that I learned about not the embedded culture that happens when you live in a neighborhood, but about our artists, was by listening to poets. I grew up in Philadelphia at a time where Sonia Sanchez, Ntozake Shange, Tony K. Bambara, they all lived in Philadelphia. And Ntozake and sometimes Mary Baraka would show up at the laundromat and just give you a poetry reading. And then they would say, oh, do y'all know about Charles Chestnut? Do you know about County Cullen? And of course the answer was no, because we weren't, even though we went to all black schools, we weren't getting an all black education. So in the way that the poets, I feel like they just dropped so many breadcrumbs for me. And so I'm designing this to be that kind of breadcrumb that you could just happen upon and then be enlightened. Because in my day, if you got turned on, you had to get up, get on the bus, go to the library, convince the librarian to let you into the adult section. And so, not like adult, like XXX, adult books. So I'm trying to design it based on that kind of treasure hunt that my mind was awakened to, not all at one time.
Yeah. That's cool. Thank you.
So, audience, and do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Tell us who you are, please. Actually, while he tees that up, Andrea, I wanted to ask you, so much of your pitch, or so much of that story seemed to have dance involved. Can you talk a little bit about the connection between, because I think that's the one thing I haven't heard, is like, what's the connection between dancing and are there going to be actual physical dancers involved in this?
Yes, using the vocab to capture the kind of contemporary ring shouts, because ring shouts, as I understand them, were things that happened in what were called hush harbors during periods of enslavement, where enslaved people would work all day in the field and then go into the hush harbor, out of sight and out of earshot, and dance in this particular counterclockwise style that is based on the African cosmogram of other dances. So it carries an ancestral link to like dance your way out of your constriction, to quote Parliament. And then the other part of that for me, for joy, all the people in my community could be like complaining, suffering, articulating their trauma, but when your song comes on, you can suspend that and embody freedom and joy. And so that's why dance is such a big part of what I'm trying to convey.
Okay.
Sure thing. Hello, everyone. My name is Alex. Excuse me. I'm actually the MC for tomorrow. However, as a entertainer and an educator in Baltimore, which is a stone's throw away from you, I would like to say that I thank you for the work that you're doing. Oftentimes, people in different generations don't understand each other, and just your intentionality to connect different generations, I appreciate. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My great-nephews live in Baltimore, and my 9-year-old great-nephew has just been brought into the police because he was in a situation with another. It's so, Baltimore and my great-nephews are a big part of why this matters to me.
Any other questions from the audience? No? Thank you so much, Andrea. Yes, no, this is
comment from Megan on YouTube. She said, "Love seeing how much further this project has developed. Congratulations, Andrea." So,
Thank you, Ebony. And I wish you all much joy in your everyday life. Thank you.
Our next pitch was created by Jaslyn, an artist and a technologist from North Carolina. Natal Dimension is a cinematic game experience that travels through different eras in African history to recover the original AI, ancestral intelligence. Let's take a look at Natal Dimension.
Are you afraid to die? Are you even alive? Or are parts of you stuck in a future separate from a past you can't see? My name is Jocelyn. I am the creator of Natal Dimension, a cinematic game experience that travels through different eras in African history to recover the original AI, ancestral intelligence. Natal Dimension is a multi-chapter experience developed in Unreal Engine. The first chapter is a 10-minute journey that can be presented as either a short film or a single-player installation. The prototype on screen took over 200 hours to develop. We need over 500 hours to complete the chapter. As we enter Natal Dimension, our journey begins in space. We navigate the amorphous balls of the Nebula Sirius B. Through an out-of-body experience, we confront death. In contact with cosmic forces, we are reborn. Cradle, the first chapter of Natal Dimension, begins in the Identical Depression in Ethiopia, also known as the Cradle of Life. It explores Sahel mythology, drawing parallels to the region, the astronomy of the Dogon of Mali, and the creation of Earth life through cosmic contact. As a part of the Natal Dimension experience, artifacts as ancestral technology serve as keys within the game environment, opening hidden dimensions to channel ancestral memory. Ancestral intelligence refers to knowledge systems with respect and interconnectedness between human and non-human life forms. Due to centuries of genocide and colonization, our current reality discredits indigenous knowledge and origins of technology. Through Natal Dimension, I'm creating a space to envision a reality based in indigenous knowledge and history, as many origins of current technologies have already existed. There's a breadth of knowledge that could shed light on what we make today, such as new AI models, considering human life in its fullness and how we are further connected to this planet and other species. So far, Natal Dimension has partnered with EY Metaverse Lab, Black Public Media, and more for support. For exhibitions, the experience has received interest from prominent New York and international art institutions, such as ACME in Melbourne, Australia, where the work can be presented in one of 3 different formats, such as screening an experimental short film, projecting the interactive single-player experience, or a sculptural installation with multi-projections. With 2 international opportunities waiting to exhibit the work as early as fall 2024 of this very year, I need your support now. To finish the cinematic game experience, we are currently seeking $100,000 to support our team for this project. So again, at the end of our world, what will matter to you? As a species, living through an apocalypse, through Natal Dimension, we'll imagine a future where humanity survives.
Welcome, Jaslyn.
Hey.
So this is about reclaiming ancestral intelligence. Can you tell us why that's important to you?
Yeah, so in regards to ancestral intelligence being what I refer to as the original AI, and coming back to AI, I feel like AI is failing us. and people who look like me and you are being programmed out of the future. And through Natal Dimension, I want to recenter ancestral intelligence that's rooted in indigenous knowledge systems that has value for human and non-human life, opposed to current AI models that are reductive, harmful, that can be harmful, and also, are reductive and extractive.
Extractive.
Yeah.
Judges, who would like to start? Jennifer.
Hi, that was so beautiful, almost hypnotic to watch. Again, you know, what resonated for me immediately is the storytelling of all the gaps in the historic record, you know, trying to right the wrongs and of these missing pieces of knowledge and knowledge sets and the mythologies of thinking that we have no knowledge and knowledge sets, we have no history, have no past. So I really appreciated that. I was, it might be the anthropologist in me, but I was really taken by the images of the artifacts, and I was wondering if you could talk more about your inclusion of artifacts in the project and selection, and how you think this format helps to elevate those.
Thank you. Yeah, the artifacts on screen were referencing the Sahel region, which the first chapter takes place in. And how it also draws this connection between the mythology of the Dogon of Mali around the creation of Earth life through cosmic contact, and then, you know, the Danakil Depression, which is also referred to as the cradle of life, and how there's early signs of life in that region. And yeah, in regards to this format, with the work being research-based, for me, this is a new way to interact with research that you would normally have to, you know, go through many records or white documents, opposed to actually being able to explore an open world environment and truly embody that experience. And, you know, in this format, that's what I feel is an opportunity. It's how do we, in this reality, as people of color, who have lived through many generations of what I refer to as an apocalypse. It's cyclical and multidimensional in that nature. How can we tap into spaces like extended reality to create some sort of alternate reality, some sort of alternate retelling of history that has been lost or omitted intentionally?
Thank you. Angela or Errol?
Hello, thank you. Yeah, the visuals are really interesting, and I drew some things here to.
I'd love to see it later.
Yeah. Not as cool as that. This is really, yeah. There were two questions that came to mind for me. One was kind of conceptual, and then the other is more mechanic. So, on the conceptual level, it seems like the turning point or like the next milestone is the creation of this chapter 1 piece. And you described what sort of area you were going towards. I was curious, like, because you're going to have, you know, it's like a bit of a cliffhanger, a little bit of like, hey, there's more, right? So the trailer, to some extent, of this experience, the thesis will be laid out. So the two questions that come out of that are, what is the key intuition that you would hope someone gains or walks away from in that first piece? And then the second is, in the creation of a world, I would imagine that there's some underlying game mechanic interaction. So I'm just curious, like, what is the key core mechanic of the experience? That might be like collecting and analyzing, whatever that may be. And what do you think is the key? Sorry, is that a 2 for 1? Can I do that? I'm allowed for a 2? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I was going to ask.
Maybe one first.
Okay.
One first.
So either one which feels better to you. Yeah.
I feel like I have a better understanding of the latter, which is interesting because I'm usually way more conceptual than technical. But yeah, so the actual like gameplay experience in regards to the mechanics, I feel like there's two answers I have to this question. So like on a simple level, you're wandering throughout the space to find multiple artifacts that are relevant to the landscape and to this region. And they're kind of like, they serve as storytelling agents. So like as you come across them, you learn more about the history. So it's educational in that nature. And then there is like the last ultimate artifact within this level that you would encounter, and it would open up a portal into another region within the continent.
Okay,
and
cool.
that's the next chapter.
Awesome. And I guess, so the second question was around, and maybe the spoiler alert. I'll pull back, because
Okay.
what I was going to ask was, like, what is the key intuition that, you're digging through this time period.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something that someone walks away with, like, oh, okay, boom, that's kind of like I feel like as a game designer, I'm always thinking about, like, emotionally, where does that, where's that thing? And so in it being educational, do you have a thought around what is that key idea?
I actually want to reverse that question back to you.
Yes.
Especially with like the opening scene, because that's kind of like a prelude to how the experience starts. And it's like this pre-rendered experience that feels more like a cinematic film. So I am curious, like in the moment where I'm asking about death and life and existence, like what did you feel in that moment? It's a heavy question, so maybe
we might have to do that in the the reception tomorrow. That one, but I hear, understood.
Yeah.
Going all the way to the origins of life.
Yeah, life, that continuum, that cycle.
Yeah.
And how that it's different from the way that we think about life and death and this more Western, I guess I could just say experience that we exist in.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, really beautiful images. And it was helpful when you kind of talked about how the game would work, what the idea of finding the different artifacts. That was helpful for me to hear. I'm always really focused on wanting to make sure that diverse audiences get access to these kinds of things. So I'm curious, you were talking about places like it could exist in a festival space, it could exist in a museum space. So what spaces do you have in mind for Black audiences to be able to sort of engage in this work?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. I feel like I can speak to the creators who I'm in community with currently, and who I've worked with on previous projects. I actually have like a collective experimental project called Black Beyond, and it's curatorial in its nature. We do like different types of activations, and through working on that for the past 4 years, like I said, I've been able to been in community with different creators, from like New Ink at the New Museum, where like the current leadership are Black women, and then also Studio Museum is another institution that I'm in community with, and wanting to be intentional, like you said, about how can this work be shown in spaces where we as Black people can experience and learn from it. So that's definitely been a part of the development process with like working with different curators at these institutions, and hopefully I get some support and can continue to have those conversations.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Audience, questions for you or anyone in our virtual audience? Does anybody have questions? Well, Jocelyn, I will have yes, we've got a question. I have a question for you. So what will you use the money for if you get it? Like, what's the first step, second step, next step?
Yeah, so I also mentioned in the video that there's opportunities to screen the cinematic experience as early as fall of this year. So that's like tomorrow. So we need the money like yesterday. So that's the first, that's priority, is to finish developing that. And where I'm at, I also mentioned that I have an XR production partner that is helping me take the prototype that I developed on screen and expanding on that for the first chapter. So sorry, I feel like my answer is long-winded. So what I'm looking for now with funding is to continue to support a sound designer, a composer, and like really think about like how this would be activated and as an experience. not just like on the screen, but like how to activate spatial audio. And then also, just like remaining production fees so that we can show the work hopefully this year. Yeah.
Can you please tell us your name and ask your question?
Yes. Hi, Danielle. My question was, you talked about this in chapters, which I thought was quite interesting because, sometimes you can just do 1 or 2 chapters and close the book and maybe not read the full extent of it. How are you thinking about the balance between the research that it takes to do these things and then actually the execution of it? Are you thinking about it's like, as I have the time to do research or maybe understand this, then I'll come back and do this chapter and make sure that it, or maybe you get excited by a certain, history that you understand about a certain geographical landscape. How are you thinking about the balance between those two things for yourself?
Thank you. I feel like you're a voice inside my head right now. Definitely like what you said, it's very iterative in that nature and generative in that way where it's like one thing leads to another. And with this work, I see it being ongoing. So I don't have like a set number of chapters that I plan to, say like, okay, now it's finished. It's expansive in that way where it's like, as I'm developing this story and as like more chapters start to reveal themselves through the research, I'm also thinking about how does this lend to maybe like a research group that lives in parallel to the work itself, to be in community with different indigenous communities and be in conversations about like how can we experiment and explore new AI models that are, that represent your indigenous knowledge systems.
Yeah, because I thought like there's definite ways for people to even like help you write some of these chapters as they're doing research in other pockets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any questions from online? I don't want to cut people off like I've been doing. Jaslyn, maybe one last question for you is, I know that there's chapters. Do you envision Natal Dimension as a whole, as like a one-person experience, or is it a group experience, or does that vary by chapter?
I would say it varies by the venue or the space that's being activated. The way that I'm approaching this first chapter, there's 2 components where there is like this cinematic experience that isn't necessarily gameplay interactive in the way that a typical game is. So it's very much so like a film experience. And then there's also like an extended version of that is interactive. So yeah, to answer your question, it's both. It's single player when it comes to the gameplay interactive part, but then in regards to the cinematic experience, it's as big as the audience in the venue can or has capacity for.
Thank you. No other questions. Thanks, Jaslyn.
Thank you.
I feel hypnotized too a little bit. I feel a little hypnotized too by that and by Jaslyn, and it's just the whole thing. Next up, we have director Baf Akoto and producer Lidzama Apia, who are based in London. Their production company is called Recurring Dreams. Collateral Echoes is an immersive art installation that honors Black and immigrant Britons who've died at the hands of UK police since such deaths started being tracked in 1969. This is Collateral Echoes.
Well, from this end here, this used to be a mosaic. So we had it taken from his, and he passed, and then we attach it to his mom's. So this is the result. Like this is a piece of him still. Yeah. It's really nothing could grow, but it's still. Still growing strong.
Collateral Echoes is an immersive digital memorial that commemorates Black and immigrant life in the UK. It's a scalable installation that works in 10,000 square feet or 150 square feet, using spatial sound, projection mapping, and holograms of stills and video to exhibit first-person testimony from British families remembering their dead mothers, brothers, and sons, each killed after police contact. A key element of this experience is performance, Throughout the installation, contributions from British poets, actors, musicians, and dancers will weave the testimonies together to create a visceral and emotional audience journey. Like the most impactful memorial, Collateral Echoes is peppered with anecdote and spans the full emotional gamut from humor to pathos to tragedy. Team Collateral Echoes is Lidzama, a producer with over 25 years' experience delivering multi-million-dollar budgeted content for international media conglomerates. And I'm Bath, a filmmaker and visual artist who started out directing documentary and network TV drama in the UK. These are some of the companies we've worked with over the years. Recurring Dreams is our independent artist studio. We produce and exhibit award-winning art installations, immersive technology experiences, and feature film. Both Liz and I were born to Black British immigrant parents in West London and grew up in the 80s to a backdrop of racialized violence and civil unrest across the UK. I'm committed to making art that speaks to the times, to underserved audiences, and to those who don't know this Black diasporic history. The project was researched with Inquest, a police reform NGO developed through CPH Lab and pitched at IDFA and Sheffield DocFest. Doc Society and Ford Foundation have provided development and production funding. Our project budget is $255,000. We'll spend the $50,000 Pitch Black Award on spatial sound recording, depth kit and volumetric scans of our contributors for projection mapping and holographic exhibition. Our ambition is to engage audiences in this poignant mosaic of Black British immigrant life by talking about how these people lived and not how they were killed. Thank you for listening. Here's a sample clip of Benjamin Zephaniah, one of our poet contributors.
Us and them, it's us and them. You must know your enemy from your friend, yeah. Know your enemy from your friend, no. Face the facts, no. You can't pretend, no. It's like this poem, some call it art. There is a struggle, see, it plays a part. I know people very trendy, talking to me very friendly. But they are coping, so now they're voting. All their friends in who oppress we. How them oppress we? Well, them arrest we. And then they're giving we judge and jury. Some may start some demonstrating. But the prison cell is waiting. Pon the telly, them talk for a while with them fancy words and them plastic smile. And the party politics play another trick. No love for the old, there is no love for the sick. Listen, us and them, it is us and them. So when will this thing ever end? Eh? Us and them, it is us and them. You must know your enemy from your friend.
Bath and Lidzama. Can you tell, I feel like you told us a little bit about why this matters to you, but can you talk about why this matters to you right now?
Yeah, I can begin. Essentially, this is an issue that's been happening throughout my whole lifetime, and we feel like this is something that should be highlighted and illuminated. We want to give those people who have lost someone in this way a voice. It's very much about creating a digital memory for these people and showcasing who the person was behind the headline and not the tragedy and the disaster. Since the 1960s, there's been 150 plus families affected in this way, which, as we say in the film, some people may not understand that this is an issue in the UK or in Europe, or I know that the States, it's very much in the zeitgeist, but it happens in our country also, and we wanted to have an opportunity to give voice to that, essentially.
That's good. So reclaiming Black lives. Over to you, judges. Who would like to start first? Errol.
Oh, okay, bet. Yeah, that was cool. I'm thinking about the piece in the end. I was like, oh man, that's like because I was looking at the mock-ups and I was like, I wasn't sure what was going to be presented, but it is very high production kind of performance. So I was curious about the workflow of like, you have sort of like a history of folks. You said the headline, so I'm imagining that there's a starting point. How do you go into the lives of these folks? Because you're saying you're going beyond the headline. So obviously, how do you what's the creative process that allows you to then go from like headline to a piece that you make, how do you, how do you dig in? How do you dig in there? Are you interviewing families? I guess I'm kind of curious, like how the stories emerge from, yeah.
Yeah, I think I understand the question.
Sorry, it's a bad question. I was hot off. I'm trying, I'm still processing what I just saw, man. It's so hard.
Sorry.
It's so hard.
Shanika's on fire. No, the process is very research heavy.
Yeah.
Some of the families we're talking to, their loved ones, the deaths in question are very iconic, right? You say Michael Brown or George Floyd in this country, and you know what happened afterwards. And similarly, some of the families that we're dealing with, riots broke out on their killings. So they're obviously iconic stories, and then others are really not well known at all. So our research process was very much in conjunction with Inquest, the NGO that we mentioned, who their day-to-day work is lobbying government and working with families to help them achieve justice.
I see.
And along with certain community activists who work with these families too, in areas like Tottenham and North London and places like Brixton, we were able to access these families and build relationships with them over a number of years.
I see. Wow. Thank you. That answered, and it's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks really beautiful. It's really moving. Your pitch was super clear too. I guess the follow-up question I had was, I love the photos that you had in terms of, it could be scalable, and I would love it if you could just kind of walk me through a little bit the experience. And what I mean by that is, so when I'm walking into a room and I'm seeing these projections, is it like there's one kind of video that's playing on all of the walls? Are they different? I just wanted to get a little more an experience of what the actual installation experience would be like.
I think, again, it depends on what kind of room you're walking into.
Of course, yeah.
We can, if we're thinking about somewhere like the Tate Modern or the Guggenheim, which is huge, then we'll definitely be looking at a very multi-layered audience journey that at the heart of it is sound and testimony. And we're looking at, one of the things we want to spend the money on from here is our spatial sound work and how that can be, I guess, made more interactive and activated by audience movement. And that the scope for that is obviously larger in a larger space. But also we don't want to exclude smaller venues and smaller footprints. And we're really interested in, being able to provide an experience that works in a more intimate space, which is more akin to a multi-channel installation piece. We obviously have still images, we obviously have the cinematic images, and I think the key part of the performances that we're capturing is to be able to transition through all of these stories in a way that allows a mosaic, a multiplicity of Black life to be the takeaway when you come away from that experience. And that's through the sound, the performance, the imagery. Some of it will be abstraction, you didn't see that here. And all of that kind of is held together by the performances and the testimony as the core two tenets.
Thank you.
So I'm still processing that opening scene with the hair and the including of the hair of a beloved who's deceased for certain. It's just really powerful, and it made me think about what remains after all of this tragedy and
the
how
echo. The echo.
The echo. Beautiful. Yeah. That's it. It is the echo. Answered. Anyway, you've already said this, but I'm thinking how much it's a global reality now, and one that's been buried for so long. And I'm just wondering about, in your storytelling, how are you showing a different part of that story? Is it just geography in the specifics of culture or of the global story, what are and how are you adding to that story of violence and loss, beyond it being a global phenomenon? I mean, definitely there's a beautiful humanizing of the stories that I think is invaluable. I'm just wondering because I don't know the UK history as much, but how it shows a different, or maybe it doesn't, I don't know, maybe it shows connection.
To the rest of the world, you mean? I think, Liz's parents are Ghanaian and Caribbean, and I'm Ghanaian, and everyone in the film is essentially second or third generation immigrant, some first. So this is a global immigration story as well as a black story. So I think it's just implicitly woven into the nature of modern Black Britain, the international sort of aspects, I think, that you're asking about. And I mean, beyond what we're working on in terms of production, we're definitely seeking, global exhibition partners. And I mean, that's why we're here, everybody. Plug. So, yeah, I think at the very outset, even though we're in the UK, we're talking about British families, we're very determined to interact with a global audience and global exhibition partners and global impact partners as well. So that's sort of our ambition for the future beyond the production of the work.
And can I just add to that? Just something you said triggered something in my mind. We are a smaller population in terms of number than the United States, the black population, but I think we're part of the third generation, and we are refusing to remain silent. We see that there is an opportunity for change. We see that I've worked in legacy media for my career, and I can see the failings of where we have let families down. We have not told the stories properly. And we feel with this technology, we have an opportunity to change that. It gives you an experience where you can engage with the work, engage with the voices of the families directly in a way that hasn't been heard before. So we're hoping that will have global connection more than anything else.
And the specificity is global, right? That idea of, like in the art historical context, the specificity of a locality kind of resonating around the world in the work. And that goes, if you're talking about Guernica from Picasso in Spain, like, no one knows where Guernica is, right? Mm-hmm. But they do know the painting. And I think in this digital age with the work, the mediums we're working with is very much trying to continue that, our historical tradition, really.
Errol, did you have another question?
I'm good.
Okay. just wanted to check.
So accusatory.
No, it seemed like he did. I do think we have some questions from the virtual audience, so please.
Yes, we have a comment and a follow-up question, I think, to Errol's question. A comment from Malkia is the concept is coming across. Purpose and execution is coming across very clearly and compellingly, so congratulations to y'all both. And then a follow-up to the question about, I guess, participation or character relationships is how many interviews have you all conducted so far?
So far, we have done 3 interviews, but we're engaging with around 12 families. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'll be 12 in the store. It'll be 12 in the installation.
Yeah, around that number. There are some families who are willing to support but don't want to continue to discuss the trauma necessarily. Others, as you can see, showing the film, invited us into their home, were willing to talk. We participated in marches that are public. So it's very much driven by how they wish to participate. But at the moment, it's around 12.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh, awesome.
Go on, Errol.
Yes, wonderful.
Go on, Errol. Go on.
You called it. I don't know. It's interesting. I was thinking about the accessibility to the work. Is there a consideration for just like an online experience, right? Because obviously it is best experience when you can be fully embodied in a space, et cetera, right? But it does seem like this work warrants a sort of wider reach. So there's a consideration for just like a website, an app, something that sort of like allows for it to spread wider. And maybe that's like after, whatever that may be. But yeah, just curious.
Is the short answer, definitely. I mentioned the impact campaign, the impact partners that we're pursuing. And in addition to that, we're already engaging with certain academics to build curricular materials that can essentially have this piece of art as a jump-off point into a more kind of pedagogical discussion around the issues that underpin it.
Angela?
I just had a fast thought that I'm sure you guys have thought of, but because it's so triggering, I think, there might be sort of thinking about some element of having someone like a psychologist, a social worker, or someone, some mechanism for if someone has the experience of this and it kind of brings up something for them that there's something they can really do. I don't know if you've thought about that or
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think again, part of the conversations in terms of exhibition partners is very much thinking about the onboarding and the offboarding. The work itself, as you saw, we're not really centering the police actions, the death. We're very much about the memorialization. But I was just up at Columbia this week talking to a professor at the School of Social Science who has done work like this in terms of creating curricula and materials for people to be able to kind of put their stuff somewhere. We don't just leave them crying off into the street.
Like aftercare.
Yeah, broken. Yeah.
Liz, were you going to say anything or no?
Just to also highlight some of the stories and memories that the families have given us are not all with dwelling within that space of grief. A lot of them are talking about the best day that their son had, or how beautiful this child was, or the potential of the persons. We cross between grief and comedy and pathos. So it's a full kind of emotional journey with all of it. But yes, the onboarding and offboarding will be an important part of the installation.
And can you tell us your name?
Yes, my name is Asad Mohammed from POV. I work on impact and engagement. Really amazing job on this project. Really excited to see all of those images. My family's Jamaican and many of them are in England, and recently went to visit. I was thinking about just Black folks in Europe and England, and how they speak about race and kind of differently from Americans, or like people are saying racism isn't discussed as much in Britain in the same kind of ways. A lot of this may not be true, but that thought came to mind as you kind of steer away from the political kind of conversation. But in your project, it challenged me to think about like how the politicals also can be spiritual and give you, I felt very much like a spiritual experience in looking at the scale of the works that are being presented and the storytelling that's happening. Could you speak about some of how you see healing as part of justice for the families, or any anecdotes of how people have felt after going through the experience?
The family contributors.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, something you said reminded me of the thought of the conversation that Liz and I had when we were thinking about beginning this project, and it was very much around the fact that many of these families have been on this road for years, right? Like some of the families we're dealing with, they were bereaved. Their loved ones were killed in the 80s, decades. And they've all been in courts, in legal processes. They've spoken about this trauma endlessly. And there are many, many documentaries and piece of artwork addressing specific families or this as a general issue in the UK. So the question was really, what are we going to add to this, right? What can we do that isn't already been done? Like, and the answer really was very specifically about giving the space for commemoration and being very specific around allowing families to kind of enter this space of recollection and memorialization. And the families we're working with have very much responded to that because they don't get that chance. You know, no one asks them, they don't get a chance to talk about how his mother was a really good dancer. For a big woman, she was light on her feet. Yeah. That's a quote. Yeah. You know? So I think what we're doing, and we have to believe that what we're doing is a process of healing. Because, you know, they have the lawyers, they're in inquests, they're in the legal system, they're fighting for justice, but they're not doing what we're giving them the opportunity to do here. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it did.
It looks like maybe we have one other question behind you. Thank you. Please tell us who you are.
Yeah, I'm Cheryl. I'm with Black Public Media. But I had a question because when I was a teenager, I was part of a performance group, and one of our fellow performers was shot by the cops who came into the home looking for his brother, and he was in the shower. Anyway, he was killed. And I remember as a part of his family of friends, there was nowhere for us to tell the story of what a wonderful person Barry was. And so my question for you is, I know you're focused on families, but how are you defining that? Will that allow room, I think particularly for our young people who lose friends this way? And even though the family may be able to share their grief, a lot of times the young people don't get a chance to do that. I'm still not over this, and that was decades ago. So I just wonder if you thought about that.
Yeah, I think, you know, one thing where one of our projects which flashed up just two seconds in the intro, it was an augmented reality project, and that was very much something that we took around the country and invited communities to kind of engage with. And, you know, we had events like this, panel discussions, and it wasn't us on stage, it was the local communities. So we have a track record of kind of community engagement that we are planning to roll out for this project in the UK within the communities that we come from and these families come from. And that's the space in question where we would seek to invite folks to be part of that discussion.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Baff and Lids.
Thank you.
I don't know about you all, but I might need a little minute to breathe, just process some of that. So we'll take 5 minutes and then we'll come right back. Hi, friends in the back. Hello, friends in the back. We would love to continue our event. If you guys want to see the rest of the pitches, we would love for you to just
1, 2, 1, 2. If everybody could make their way back into the space.
Thank you.
We've got a few more pitches.
A couple more pitches.
For you guys to enjoy and ask your questions about. So please come in quietly and have a seat. Thank you so much.
And thanks for our friends on YouTube for staying and paying attention. Hopefully you are quiet at home too. So, we continue. Well, no, we're not going to continue. We're probably just not going to continue right now.
Hello, everybody, if you could quiet down, please.
The black joy is palpable, which is a great thing. But we want our black joy to be quiet for a minute, and then we'll celebrate all together right after that. So, can't take us nowhere. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we're going to continue our reclamation theme. Next up, we have multidisciplinary artist Ethel Tawe and producer Eli Tawe. Image frequency modulation investigates images, ancestral memory, oral transmission, and metaphors of radio technologies as sites of possibility for the African diaspora. This is image frequency modulation.
What does it mean to listen to images? How do our family photographs register and prompt us to connect? According to Black feminist theorist Tina Campt, they resonate through sonic, visual, and haptic frequencies. This is what I experienced in my reading of my father's photographic archive, and began to think of the concept of haptic images, how we touch and are touched by images. My name is Ethel Tawe, and I am a Cameroonian time traveler primarily investigating personal and collective memory through sensory experiences. My project producer and brother Elisha Tawe is a filmmaker concerned with unpacking the mechanics of Black life in the 21st century. With an extensive log of photographs, sound bites, transcripts, and other material, we are now building image frequency modulation, a memory broadcasting station in the form of an interactive web and physical installation. This project attunes to frequencies embedded in our family albums while exploring metaphors of radio technologies as sites of possibility. Early iterations have been presented at several satellite locations, from the iFilm Museum in Amsterdam to the Institute of Contemporary Art in Richmond. Through conversations with my father, I started to think about transmission, both from ancestral lineages as well as the process of frequency modulation, or FM as popularly known in radio. Frequency modulation is the encoding of information in a carrier wave, a metaphor for diasporic connectivity across time and space. As a diasporan with a complex relationship to home, especially with the ongoing crisis in Cameroon, I often ruminate on loss and longing. Cameroon is believed to be the origin of Bantu migration, a linguistic and cultural epicenter that has influenced much of the world, but is now wounded by identity politics and an ongoing civil war. Before studying translation in Canada in the 80s, my father was a radio host in Cameroon. I became intrigued by the ways in which he documented himself, particularly his relationship to sound. This led me to look into what is lost in translation, but also what is found. Recording call and response recitals of proverbs in my mother tongue, my father and I are already building a sonic archive, a form I believe is more sensitive and intuitive to African tonal languages than written records alone. Proverbs are coded instructional devices, which reveal how we understand our world through oral traditions. We are now at the production phase for this memory broadcasting station, which will feature a parabolic screen showing a 15-minute experimental film on loop, listening booths to tune into the film's multi-channel soundscape, and a gallery wall of archival photographs and radio devices. A unique feature is the ability for listeners to tune between several radio frequency channels, as opposed to visual channels alone. The Lost Channel, for example, is a personal narrative that revisits endangered archives at the national radio station where my father worked. The listening booths go on and off air while in use to recreate the experience of a broadcasting studio, inviting guests to reflect on their own memories and log audio feedback into the web portal. The web portal offers accessibility to these broadcasts beyond the physical installation site. We have already secured support from the Magnum Foundation and Mozilla Foundation, and are now seeking $100,000 to go towards 1. capturing primary source interviews in Cameroon on analog film and audio. 2. Developing the web portal as an accessible audiovisual archive. And 3. Digitizing and restoring archival materials, found objects, and records. Most of us here are in some way dedicated to building future archives that are imperative to our cultural continuity. If you could broadcast a message to your family in the future, what would it be?
Thank you, Ethel and Eli. I think you mentioned this being connected to your father, so there was that, but is there anything else that makes this project important to you, especially right now?
This project really started with thinking about oral tradition, both in the literal sense of how important it is to a lot of African cultures, but also in the broader sense of counterintuitive ways to engage with things like photographs and this idea of listening to images, which I mentioned at the beginning. But we're also thinking a lot about transmission, in this case from father to child, but then more broadly as well, how some of these things are carried in our DNA, both within a family lineage, but then also more broadly with the Black diaspora as we've known and experienced. And then another thing that's been really important for us to think about is capturing this in Cameroon specifically right now with the state of crisis that it's in. There's a civil war that's ongoing, and a lot of that has been erased and not really documented and represented in the media. And that's really telling to how Black stories, of course, are also very much erased. In this case, the kind of urgency we see as well as some of the stories we want to document and capture are from elder people, of course, who we don't know how long they'll be around to keep these stories, have these stories for us to pass on and to capture into this sort of future archive we hope to create in this case.
Thank you. Over to our judges, and I will start with Angela.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful images and very, very clear. I love how you kind of laid everything out. Like I have a real sense, particularly also of how you would use the funding. In your kind of dream of sort of the next steps for this, who is your ideal audience for this project?
We've thought a lot about accessibility with this, because something that happened, as I mentioned, there have been early iterations of this work in more smaller forms of more just moving image rather than the full-scale 15-minute video work and the full installation that we're working on now. And something we experienced with a lot of our family was not able to see this work. So it's become really important for us to bring this home as well. On the African continent. We're from Cameroon originally, but we also have had a very diasporic lived experience of moving around. So we would like to kind of trace some of these places that we've lived in, which sort of also follow sort of the Black Atlantic experience. So this is also a very important place for us here in the US to sort of have these activations. And we're thinking some in institutions or more like traditional museum and gallery spaces, but also in public activations and spaces like libraries, which we've done one iteration of, just the sound. And then some more experimental ideas we've had as well is sort of what does that look like broadcasting, let's say the sound of this on like a radio, because of course that's central to this project itself. Or even a home activation within the homes of wherever it's more fitting. So just ideas like that we really hope to bring to life.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that a little bit, so though we're focused on like a hyper-specific story about our family, we kind of understand that we all have families and we can all sort of relate to this idea and can sort of experience this project and go back home and look at our own family archives to sort of dig into that history. Because as Black people, obviously, as Ethel mentioned, a lot of our public history has been erased, and what we have access to is what we have in our homes.
Thank you so much.
I really like the combination of the installation as you lay it out with sound and imagery and all these different layers, broadcasting, but even sound in different ways like listening and music and poetry. It's just got so many incredible layers of storytelling.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I missed probably a few seconds of the beginning, so this may be why I'm asking this, but I mean, I almost feel like the way you're laying it out is like the perfect metaphor for diaspora, because it's full of these gaps and transitions and continuums and change and spaces. And so I wonder if you could talk more about that in terms of the archive that you originally spoke about. Is that mostly an image archive? You know, what are the biggest gaps and what are the biggest, I don't know, continuums? Like the way you talked about transmission was just so beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what became really evident when looking through my father's archive when this project started. It was very much seeing that, yes, this is a personal story, but it very much is also collective. And there are counterintuitive ways to think about that, think about resonance. And I think with the early iterations that we've shown, it's become very evident with people walking into the spaces and seeing even things as simple as, you know, a pose or an object in a photograph and recognizing that from their own family albums. So in terms of resonance, that's definitely the ideas we want to kind of tap into. And also working in an iterative way. And so a big part of this is thinking about feedback, again, with the metaphor of radio, and having others have the opportunity to reflect and like actually log that information back into a web portal where that continues to live on, whether anonymously or not, has become really important as well. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but thank you.
I don't. I have less a clear question and just a swirl of things. I feel like I'm thinking a lot about the idea of a haptic image. And I feel like I went somewhere where I was like, oh, you take the pixels and then you put those into waves, and next thing you know, you listen to some abstract sound, and you're like, no, actually, we've got recordings. I was like, oh, snap, that's crazy. And then it's like, oh, and then I'm on radio. We're in a band. There's bands where now I can fall in and out of the ability to kind of like take it in. I don't know, it's really interesting the way that these things are weaved together. Yeah, it's cool, clean design. Like the whole thing is kind of really makes sense. I think one thing, if I were to, I kind of rambled about that, and okay, fine. Okay, so language. Sorry, this is really hard to do. Language is something. I had a friend who worked on an oral archive at some point, and what he ran into that that kind of loomed, and this may not be applicable, so apologies if not, was just translation, right? Like, particularly in oral traditions, there are concepts that in cultures that do not map to the languages generated by the West. And so like a lot of sort of like intuition can get lost in that space. And so I'm curious about like how are you how are you navigating language and accessibility, right? So like the ability, I mean, I don't know if that book was like a legit book but that's fire. I'm like, oh snap, you know, like you have text as well, so it's not just oral. So I'm just like, how are you navigating language as barrier, but also language as like opening people to look into spaces of indigenous knowledge and how that translates and can get, I don't know, there's something in there that I'm just curious if you've run into that, how you've navigated it, and if so, are there technologies that you find more reliable, yeah, et cetera, things like this.
Yeah, definitely. Our father is actually a translator. He's an interpreter, and the book is one of the books he edited many years ago, which was also a starting point for the project. So definitely language has been from the beginning something we're thinking about. And it was actually, this really was just a personal project at the beginning. It was just my father teaching me how to pronounce in my language, in our mother tongue, correctly, because it's extremely tonal. Right. And very specific. So any change in intonation completely changes the meaning of the word, which of course it's not the same in the English language and many other Latin-based languages. So yeah, it is a sensitivity that we want to carry into this project, and we continue to do. What that looks like moving forward, I think we're also just curious to see. This language is also, it's called Limbum, it's my mother tongue, and it's very much quite endangered. It's not really a language that is spoken widely, even in Cameroon. So we really see this as an invitation as well for others to kind of, just like this is a guide for others to dig into their photo albums, family photo albums, it's also thinking about what else is lost, even if it's in the English language. Maybe they're proverbs or idioms or sayings that, we have in our homes, and how can we preserve those in a way, whether it's a recorded form or ideally a recorded form, because we've been thinking a lot about sound, but yeah.
Cool. All right, two thoughts. One is, as you build this archive, I would imagine that the data set that you build that allows for some mapping of this language to be sort of like preserved is something that will be of value to future models, right? Yeah, language models that may potentially allow for you to access and push in and out. But I think building that data set and owning that and figuring out what does that look like to actually create the archives that the language does not get lost is critical, I think, for preservation. And the second thought was back to the haptic image. So I was thinking about how could I feel a picture? And because that's what, I probably spent half the presentation trying to solve this problem. And one thing that came to mind, because I'm like, you're in this booth and you're seeing the image, correct? And you're hearing a sound. And for some reason, like a sound bath, a subwoofer of that is just like vibrationally expressing the capturing of light could be a really strange way of actually like making it tactile. And
the
so
frequencies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of like image frequency. Like, anyway, I think it's really fun, kind of nerdy, scientific-y stuff in there. Anyway, fun time. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
Thank you.
Are you gonna have another? No.
Actually,
Yeah, seems that's, yeah. Go ahead.
You know.
She's watching us.
She's watching. You said for the money will be used, part of it will be for interviews on site, part of it will be for the web portal, and then part is digital restoration. I was just wondering if you could talk more about the volume of that or the selection process or, what you're trying to restore.
So we would go back to Cameroon. My father used to work at the radio station, and we would want to go visit their archive there. We've been in contact because we have contacts there, and a lot of it is really just damaged, and it's not at all cared for. So we want to go see what can be revived from that. Our uncle also has my father's record collection from his shows, and he still has a lot of those, also in a condition that we don't know what we'll find. So it would be really just seeing what we can recover from that. But of course, yes, it is our families, but it's beyond that, right? Like it's also whatever we find. One of the channels, I guess, just to kind of expand a little bit on the idea of channels, it's not so much multi-channel as in the visuals, it's multi-channel as in the audio, so you can tune just like you would in a radio show, on radio, between channels and listen to different channels that are non-sync with the visuals, because we really want that to carry. So yeah, it would also be a lot of audio restoration, we hope, that would be then collaged into that soundscape.
I think another little element would be sort of capturing spaces. So one of the channels would be community. So we want to capture like communal spaces in Cameroon and sort of have that be part of the experience.
Got some any questions from the audience? Seems like we have a question from the web.
You just have, it's just a comment from Malkia. They are saying the geography of the user experience was presented very clearly. The idea of bringing archival material and proverbs into an interactive experience is exciting. So congratulations, y'all.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, then I guess that means I have to ask you a question. So have you two worked together on projects before, and what is that like? But sort of which roles do you play? Do you both handle all of the pieces? Like how do you divvy up the work?
Yeah, we've worked together on a couple of projects in the past. We've kind of had a working relationship for the last 4 or 5 years, so I'll sort of spend time working on something and bring her on board, or she'll spend time working on something. So we kind of switch roles as directing, producing, sort of across the board.
Curating as well. First exhibition, we worked on together in 2020. I think that's when we really, started working more and more together.
And then in terms of kind of collecting some of the audio, will you be working with a partner, like a technical partner, or are you both sort of creating this archival audio yourselves?
I found that actually, at least the first initial capture, at home, really, my dad really should be also a collaborator on here. He's really helping a lot. And the recordings we do at home really just sound different. You know, I've tried to kind of take that out and have more clean recordings, and they just don't resonate the same way. So I think really it's just we're going to make majority at least of the audio at home, and then from there, then of course the sound design and everything that's layered upon that would be external with partners, which we're looking for.
And maybe one question about the timeline, because I know one of the pieces is this web archive. Is that like a longer term piece, or are you creating that in conjunction now?
So I think with the web portal, we kind of think of it as like a living archive. So we want it to stay up for as long as possible. And outside of these like sort of pop-up immersive experiences, we like people to be able to contribute to them from the comfort of their own homes. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Ethel and Eli, thank you so much. So our next creative technologist, Marianne Talavera, lives in New York City. Her project, Ashe Meus Ancestrais, is a mixed reality experience about an adolescent being tormented by a bully. Set in Brazil, the piece is part of a suite of thematically related projects that explore the connection between identity, ancestrality, and mental health. This is Ashe Meus Ancestrais.
Ashe Meus Ancestrais, a virtual reality short film, is a coming-of-age story about a non-binary child who is bullied for being different.
To create this 12-minute immersive film, our team is looking to raise $126,000 for production in New York and Brazil.
Meet Leandro. He is a joyful 12-year-old child living in Santa Marta favela in Rio de Janeiro. And he wants to live a happy life caring for animals. The world, however, is focused more on determining which kinds of oppression to level against his mind, body, and spirit. The violence against Leandro is embodied in his bully Zé. As Zé delivers blow after blow, time slows down, and his consciousness travels into a new reality.
He is pulled into the past, traveling to the shores of Bahia, Brazil, where a group of enslaved ancestors practice capoeira, and Leandro witnessed the ancestors magically transform into their true selves. Back in his reality, Leandro gets up and is ready to take on the bully.
My name is Marianne Talavera, and I'm a creative technologist, filmmaker, and educator. My graduate research focused on race and representation in Brazil, and I felt a deep appreciation for the many ways our ancestors across the diaspora fought for their humanity through practices of rebellion and resistance like capoeira. Built in Unreal Engine, Ashe draws parallels between our ancestors and how marginalized communities now are currently fighting increasing oppression and violence. According to a 2022 report by Antra, Brazil had the highest number of trans people murdered in the world, followed by Mexico and the US.
This film is partially inspired by Puma Camille, a capoeirista in São Paulo who has created an inclusive community melding capoeira and voguing. Her style, personality, and activism inspires the spirit of Leandro.
We've started to record test motion capture data, and with $50K from PitchBLACK, we'll be able to hire a producer, motion capture technicians, and a DP to record scenes with performers in New York and Brazil, as well as hire a 3D artist and animator to build characters that follow the style of the film, using reference footage and 3D scans of favela structures and the unique flora and fauna from our shoot. We will also build the environments of the film, such as Leandro's home and the beach scene. As a team, we have already produced a 360 VR short film, which was showcased at the Onassis Onyx Studio during Tribeca Film Festival and Games for Change. Axé is meant to be experienced in a projection dome where viewers are immersed in Leandro's world. We will also screen it in VR headsets. Axé is created for communities of color and LGBTQ+ audiences. And with that in mind, we will also render a 2D version of the film to make it as accessible as possible.
With your support, we will take viewers into Leandro's beautiful and complicated world, bringing our brave protagonist's story of resilience and triumph to life. Obrigado. Thank you.
Hey, Marianne.
Hello.
It's crazy how ancestrais, I want to say it's Spanish, but it's a little different, right? With, so you talked a little bit about your grad experience in Brazil, but can you tell us about why this project matters to you now?
Yeah, so I mean, initially I fell in love with capoeira in grad school. I started learning about it. I was never really good, but I loved it. And one of the things that I loved the most about it was that people who had so much stripped away were able to create this practice, as we say, of rebellion, resistance, and going along with the theme that you said of reclaiming identity. And in capoeira, like when you see in the film, there's that moment in the roda and the circle where people are sparring, and the music swells, and they transform into who they really are. And so that transformative power, when I was thinking about marginalized communities now, saw a very clear link between capoeira and the voguing and ballroom scene. And so I was looking for capoeiristas, and someone told me about Puma, and I thought that she was absolutely perfect as kind of an inspiration point for Leandro, since he is non-binary, and why it's so important to me to make this film right now. As we mentioned in the film, in Brazil, you have the highest number of trans and non-binary folk murdered after Mexico and followed by Mexico and the U.S. In the United States, we have an election year. The ACLU is currently tracking 484 anti-LGBTQ bills. And so I think Leandro's story is very important right now, because it's just a dangerous time for people just wanting to exist.
Angela, we'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think that a question I had was, it's an immersive film, but it's still kind of a fiction story, right? So just in the kind of moment to moment, I mean, I have ideas of certain pieces. Have you written a script?
Yes.
And what, just kind of a general, like what happens in that script?
So it first starts out with, you see a character called Mestra Flor, that's his teacher, and Leandro's kind of going to school, arriving at school very early, and she finds out that the reason that he's arriving at school early is because he's trying to avoid other students, like his bully.
Right.
Then there's that scene where he's playing basketball with his two friends, Lila and Paolo. Zé shows up and then beats him up, and then he's kind of pulled into the past.
Okay.
In the past, he sees the ancestors practicing capoeira. He sees that transformation, and once he witnesses that transformation, then has the strength to go back into his reality and take on the bully. And then that's how the film ends.
Okay, got
Yeah.
you. Okay, perfect, thank you. And then just my follow-up question is, you had written like the spaces that it could be engaged in is like a dome or VR headsets. I'm just wondering why those particular formats.
Right. So for a dome projection, like a space would be kind of like a planetarium, or I've seen kind of inflatable pop-up domes that you can project onto. I think that it's media in general is powerful, but the experience of being enveloped in someone's world, it just hits different.
Yeah.
Like if I was sitting in Griffith Observatory watching the film, and I thought that was the perfect way to experience the film, to have specifically that moment of Zé kind of towering over Leandro and you is just different from a 2D regular film where you
Right.
can be looking at your phone, where you can kind of look away. In a projection or in a headset, it's kind of harder to escape the story in a way. So those were some of the reasons behind that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It's such a beautiful story. I think it has the potential of reaching so many youth who feel outcast at any given moment or bullied. And I really love the storyline of reaching back to this ancestral martial art as a kind of restorative practice in the present. And it's just so embodied. It's just really beautiful.
Thank you.
I actually had a question similar to Angela's. Maybe it's sort of an elaboration on that one point, because you said you had sort of these individual headsets, and it just seems like it's also such a collective, when you think of capoeira, it's such a collective story. So the dome, I'm wondering if you had any intention of also it being participatory with real people as well, interacting, because it's so embodied.
Yes, so this film is part of kind of a larger umbrella piece that's more of a mixed reality installation slash live performance piece. And so we had always envisioned in the live performance element that there would be maybe the sparring or having people kind of circle around and clap like you would in a capoeira roda. But that's kind of one experience. We have the dome, we have possibly VR headsets, but then also it was important to us, because those spaces sometimes are not the most accessible ways to view projects. That was the idea behind also having kind of the flat 2D regular kind of screening version that we could use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought the production design looked pretty beautiful and clean. And I love capoeira. I'm a martial artist, also not good, but but it's a really great form. The story is clear. That was a great question because it kind of made it materialize even more. So I don't really have any creative question. I have almost what keeps you up at night with regards to executing against this? There's sorry, that's a tough one, but it seems, I don't know, I'm looking at it, I'm seeing where it is, and I'm like, okay, a lot of the pieces seem to be, so what are you most worried about in the execution of this, other than obviously acquiring resources, but yeah.
Yeah, funding definitely is up there. But I think I view this as a very important story, and to tell it well, there's a lot that I can do on my own, with our team. But I would like the characters to be the characters and the environment to be stylized. So in addition to hiring a producer to work with us to get it made, it's really important for us to work with a 3D artist and animator. So I would say that, and then making sure in our production plan, in addition to festival runs and showing it at museums, also partnering with organizations specifically for youth, in order to have either screenings and workshops or talkbacks and things like that. So those are my concerns. Yeah.
Is there? I'm also thinking in a martial art, there in the community is almost already readily available. So I was also curious, World Tai Chi Day shout is on Saturday, but like, is this a thing that, you know, like the capoeira community itself can also just be almost like a really great sort of like space to share and embrace as, yeah, I was kind of like that flywheel. But anyway, yeah, that makes, what you said makes sense.
No, it's a great idea. I mean, we've been connecting with capoeiristas more as performers, but I think also tapping into that community as well in terms of showing the work would be amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our audience for some questions. Do we have any questions from online or in person? No? Okay, well, Marianne. It's interesting about capoeira. I think many people, well, I would say myself, I'm of a certain age. I learned about capoeira from a video game, from Street Tekken. Eddie Gordo, right? Yeah, Tekken. Exactly. Eddie Gordo, right? And he does all this stuff, and then, but it's often like and I think in our culture, it's stripped of its cultural significance. Like I feel like in the intro we knew Eddie, he was like in jail or something, and then he got out, but it wasn't like, and he had dreads, and he was very clearly sort of Afro-Latino, right? But there was nothing about the origin of capoeira. And so I guess this is along the lines of Errol. In the story, do they learn about the origin of capoeira as well, or is it just you're sort of brought into the Joda and you have that experience?
Yeah, so the Mestra Flor character, part of why she's a teacher in his reality, she also kind of pops up in the past, in that space, almost as like this kind of mystic guide who tells the viewer about Leandro / the viewer through Leandro about capoeira and the power of that. Yeah.
And then, can you tell us a little bit more about kind of your collaborators and the crew that you're working with?
Yeah, so I'm part of a team that's working on a project called the Orisha Project. And so I said that it was a mixed reality experience / live performance. And so we showed in the pitch that we have already completed a VR film. It's called 4 Black People Breathing Peacefully for 5 minutes. And it came out of the 2020 George Floyd protests and COVID. So we've completed, that has been done, and then we've shown like work in progress at the Movement Lab, at Onyx Studio. And so my project partner, Reese, we're both NYU grads. I'm coming from the tech side. She's coming from the performance side. And then we have a whole group of collaborators, performers, technologists working on the Orisha Project and Ashe.
Anyone else have a question? No? No more questions from our judges, right? Okay, well, Marianne, thank you so much.
Yay, thank you.
We are on our last pitch. Some may say we've saved our best for last. It will be up to the judges to decide. Artist Johannes Barfield lives in Albuquerque. His project, Pilot Coltrane, is a game about an ex-archaeologist, or former archaeologist, who returns objects and people to their cultures of origin. This is Pilot Coltrane.
Hello, my name is Johannes, and I'm the creator, writer, and composer of a video game I'm developing titled Pilot Coltrane. Now let's take a deeper look into what Pilot Coltrane is all about. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Meet Pilot Coltrane, a former archaeologist, who is on a quest to return looted artifacts. Join Pilot on this exhilarating science fiction journey with intense chase sequences, giant carnivorous plants, teleportation devices, and lush environments.
So the inspiration for the video game comes from a 1996 video game I used to be absolutely in love with called Tomb Raider. And so in Tomb Raider, you would steal ancient artifacts. And also films like Indiana Jones. And so I wanted to take that premise of you stealing and think about the idea of you doing that in the inverse for you to be returning these ancient artifacts back to the communities in which they belong.
In this imagined future, the return of cultural artifacts is a routine practice, reflecting a world where justice and respect for heritage are paramount. Shockingly, over 90% of Africa's cultural artifacts are currently housed in foreign museums. such as the British Museum, with little documentation regarding their acquisition. There are two main terms that come to mind when talking about returning artifacts, and those are restitution and repatriation. Restitution is the process by which cultural objects are returned to an individual or a community. Repatriation is the process by which cultural objects are returned to a nation or state at the request of the government.
Our current needs for Pilot Coltrane are a video game producer, 3D environment artists, and also programmers for game mechanics. Pilot Coltrane will be available on all major video game platforms, such as PC, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo. Wherever you can find games, it will be available. So we're looking at a teen to 10 and up rating for the video game. So how much does this all cost? We're looking at about $300,000 to be able to make this video game come to fruition. And so any funding to our goal is pivotal to make this much needed, timely, and imaginative world come to life. So thank you for your time and your consideration. My name is Johannes. Have a good morning, a good evening, or good night. Peace.
Johannes, you brought the vibes. You definitely brought the vibes. Other than Tomb Raider, it's so amazing that you're stealing artifacts in that game, and in this game you're like, no, let's give them back to the people or to the places that they came from. But why is this important to you, and why is it important to you to make this now?
Yeah, I mean, if you watch the news or you get some sort of feed, I'm sure across your timeline you probably have seen like some artifacts that are being like currently contested or being returned. So it really does stem from that game. Just thinking about it as a child, and then having an adult mind and thinking about it. It's also about like the global majority, dealing with these problems. And so this is not just about, African artifacts. This is something that spans like the entire, globe. So.
I will turn it over to our judges. Errol, I'm going to put you on the spot first because you did run a video game company. So do you have any questions for Johannes?
Actually, all right. So that was actually going to be my question was games are challenging to make, particularly at the level of fidelity it does require a lot. So I was just going to ask about your experience in game design, game creation. I feel like, I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah. So this is my first game that I'm creating. I think it's, I think the funding is like super pivotal because I think I've gotten this far with pennies, So we've established, character, all the ideas have funneled through me. I've had like some really good collaborators, really dope collaborator, Daniela Gamba, who's my concept artist and illustrator. She's been super pivotal in being able to make this world come to life. I'm also simultaneously working on a graphic novel for the same title. And I have substantial funding from the university that I work at. I'm a postdoctoral scholar transitioning to an assistant professor in the fall. So yeah, there's a lot of money that's been ushered my way just overnight, practically. So.
Okay, cool. I think the. Sorry. It's good to hear that you're working through the graph because the world build, right? Like I feel like what I saw was like, oh man, like this is a massive world. Is she a bounty hunter? Like, what's, obviously it's 10, so I'm like, all right, maybe not as dark, but I love it. And it also took me back to, I was driving through London. I remember seeing like the Needle or something. And I was like, how dare that should be right. Oh, sorry. I was like, this historical artifact just chilling, in its, I don't know. And so I love the reversal of it. I think the world build is like an interesting place because then you could figure out how you want to get to that place. And the question I was going to have about, well, what is the beta version, right? Like, and it seems like that the funding is not for the full game, but to get to a place where you have the beta version to really probably do a larger push, right? Because this is it's almost aiming at, like, not AAA, but like sort of that level of production. So just want to get a better idea of like what you're thinking in terms of beta and time frame that you were thinking about around that.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, this would be like a step towards that, that larger goal. So yeah, definitely it'd be for like a early demo version of it. I would say literally probably the 50,000 could actually be used to actively like create a demo, playable demo for the actual game. So.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Jennifer or Angela?
Sure. This project hits so close to home in anthropology. It's such a timely topic, not even just popularly, but within the field, within the museum field. So it's very exciting to see this happen and in a different way. I have actually a couple questions. One is, do you imagine it being inserted in some ways into museums, which I just keep imagining a space in the British Museum for this somehow. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like, but just a thought. And the other one is are you imagining to include a lot more cultural history around these artifacts? I mean, that's one of the things that people feel like is really lost with it being out of context and out of these communities and nation states, that there's so much oral history that was lost, so much context, so much transmission. So not to, ruin the game part of it. But is there a way to, are you planning to include, some of that context? It seems like that's part of the restoration.
Yeah, I mean, so for the first part, actually, I'm an artist as well. Like, so I show in museums and things like that. So I was in a 3-person exhibition. We completely organized it ourselves, the artists. It was at the Greenville Museum of Art, and it was called Marauders. And so the basis of it was around this idea of, reclamation. And so we had an opportunity to collaborate with the Gray Gallery, and they have an African art collection. And so we showed our work along with that collection, and to kind of put that in people's ear, those ideas about, restitution and, actively critiquing and thinking about, like, how did they get these, objects in the first place. So, and for the second part, I would say that I'm trying to focus on, like, a fictional world where we're thinking about these ideas. We actually are doing them. Instead of actually using real life artifacts, because I think it can get a little dangerous going into that territory unless I'm actively working with, anthropologists and archaeologists and things like that. So
Interesting. Yeah. Can I?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny because as you were going, I was like, oh, the opportunity. It is a lot of research, but I was also like, I'm just imagining, like, you find, I don't know, you have to get this artifact, you get to it, but then also you can go back into the moment, to the creation of the artifact. And so then it's almost like time travel, a little Assassin's Creed kind of like, boom, okay, now let's go through a portal time. Now you can, like, situate people in that culture in which that artifact emerges. And the returning of the artifact is not to a current sort of like glass place, but to restore sort of like the essence of its manifestation. And so I was kind of like, oh, that could be really fun, and but also you got to do the research then and make that really solid. But that also then it becomes the world's greatest history telling. Like you're playing through through history that has been lost or stolen and is to be repurposed. So I don't know, this kind of fun stuff there. I was just an idea piggybacking.
Yeah. I was curious about the graphic novel that you're doing, and how far along are you in that process? And can the kind of like some of the work that you're doing on that novel, or that you've done in kind of the world building in that novel space, can that be sort of transferred to help with some of the game work that you're doing? Or
that's exactly what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as I create the graphic novel, it's helping me really flesh out this world. And so it's been super pivotal to be able to help me with the game. So,
And is the graphic novel, like, is that something you're doing completely independently? Do you have a publisher? Like, is there a way for some kind of partnering through another entity that way?
Yeah, I mean, it's super early in stages, but I mean, in early stages of development. But I do plan to, like, all my projects. I want them to be able to be available for people, whether that's independent or indie, or if that's on a major, large scale. So I'm really, there's a lot of flexibility. I'm really open, just as long as the project, I have full creative control over it and it can be distributed. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from our judges? Johannes, I have questions for you. But first, I think maybe we have a question from the virtual.
We do. We have a question from Dom. He was a pitcher last year. Hey, Dom, wherever you are. And his question is, I've always found lacking in games like Tomb Raider or even Uncharted is when you get an ancient object, all you get is a 3D interactive rotation instance. So in your ideal world, how might Pilot bring a different interaction or relationship with these objects?
Yeah, I was thinking that it could be like almost like a ceremony that happens. And so when you go to those communities, there's like this ceremony that happens. So yeah, I didn't want it to be like this thing where it's just about like collecting coins or anything like that. I wanted to have like a different type of experience. So I'm actively thinking about all these things. I used to be like a super gamer. I'm from the 80s. So like I used to live in an arcade, and I'm really thinking this over with that mindset to trying to like, kind of turn things on its head.
So maybe some questions along the lines of what Errol asked you, and then the judges just expanded your game into like a whole AAA series. But at least in the first version, what's the runtime you're thinking?
Yeah, so for like the demo itself, I was thinking Journey. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the video game Journey, but it's a really quick game. But there's a lot of depth to it. And I think that's something that I feel like is obtainable. I really can't really state how many levels that is for the game, the way it works. But I would say maybe 25 minutes of gameplay, maybe. So
25 minutes, so not 25 hours, not 30.
No.
Right. And then, yes, go ahead, Deb.
So, what do you think of genre-wise? I know you mentioned Tomb Raider, but I wasn't sure if you're like, hey, I'm gonna actually take that and remix that. What genre are you considering?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking science fiction, action, adventure.
And then, why did you pick? You can do Unreal or you can do Unity. Why did you pick Unreal?
For me, Unreal, it felt like it was more accessible as far as like technology. I think both of them are like super accessible, but for that one, it seemed like it made more sense for creating it for different consoles. So.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes, awesome. But we need you to come to the mic if you could, please.
Hello, seems very fascinating. I am very curious if you can give me some examples of some pieces you might do in this beta.
And what's your
that
name?
they would recover. My name is Cisa Bueno.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, those pieces they'd be like completely fictional. They will be based like in our reality. So I take inspiration from a lot of different contested objects and things that are actively being returned now. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Johannes.
Thank you all.
Hopefully now you guys understand why I said that the theme was reclamation, right? We reclaim artifacts, we reclaim our capoeira, we reclaim our family memories, we reclaim all sorts of things. This concludes Pitch Black Immersive. I think we're here until like 4:15 or 4 o'clock. 4:15. So that means you got 30 minutes to mix and mingle, maybe meet our artists if you'd like to, give them money. That would be amazing too. And just as a reminder, we are honoring Sam Pollard with the BPM Trailblazer Award, a retrospective of a selection of Sam's films, and that's currently available for viewing. If you check your program, the little QR code on the back will tell you how to access. And then join us tomorrow at 8 p.m. for the Pitch Black Awards and find out which of these amazing projects is actually going to get the funding. If you have not bought your ticket already, sadly, you're going to have to watch online because it's sold out. But we will be live streaming it, and it is at www.blackpublicmedia.org. Those of you attending in person, reception starts at 7 p.m. The ceremony starts at 8. We request business and cocktail attire. Thank you again to our sponsors, Netflix and PBS. Give it up for our immersive filmmakers and the immersive jury. The jury definitely has their work cut out for them tonight, right? And then thank you again to our virtual production crew at Blackheart. Thank you to the team at the Green Space. Thank you to our in-person team here. Thank you to Pro Bono ASL for providing ASL access. Thank you to the BPM staff and board, Lisa Osborne, Leslie Fields Cruz, Kiana, who held it down today. Thank you for, and Asia. And thank you to Asia for helping these people develop their pitches. Thank you for joining us, and have a great evening.